Christmas Beast by Celeste King.
While V takes care of orphans that aren't hers.
A beast is determined to take care of her.
Fazo is the Orc Chieftain of the clan that protects V's human settlement.
But nothing comes for free.
Protection for labor, that's what the BlazeOrc clans promised.
But when food is running low, no one wants to share.
And V has no choice but to go find something herself.
What does she find, Samara?
A whole lot of trouble, and when Fazo finds her...
Let's just say he doesn't plan to let go.
Get the unabridged version from worldsofprathika.com to listen to the spicy scenes YouTube won't allow, and use code YouTube30 for 30% off.
Remember, liking and commenting on this video is how you can help us continue bringing free full audiobooks right to your notification inbox.
As always, make sure you subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on every new release and upcoming series that we know you'll love.
This is Celeste King's A Christmas Beast.
Chapter 1. V. The wind howls through the gaps in the wooden walls as I push through knee-deep snow. My boots, patched 3 times over, barely keep the wet out. Each step feels heavier than the last, but the weight of the food bundle against my chest drives me forward. The door creaks as I slip inside our humble shelter. The children huddle around the dying fire, their faces lighting up at my arrival. "Miss V!" Little Sarah bounces up, her threadbare blanket falling from her shoulders. "Shh!" I press a finger to my lips. Remember what we talked about? Quiet voices keep us safe. The other children nod, though their eyes fix on the bundle I'm carrying. I unwind my scarf, the heat from the meagre fire barely touching my frozen cheeks. "Everyone sit in a circle," I whisper, pulling out the hard bread and preserved vegetables. "Share equally, just like always." Tommy, the oldest at 12, helps me distribute the food. "You should eat too, Miss V." My stomach clenches at the sight of the food, but I shake my head. I already ate while I was out. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. "That's what you said yesterday," pipes up 6-year-old Marcus, crumbs dotting his chin. "And the day before," adds Sarah, her bright eyes too knowing for someone so young. I busy myself adjusting blankets and checking for drafts. "Eat up before it gets cold, and Tommy, make sure everyone drinks some water. We don't want anyone getting sick." The sounds of quiet munching fill our little hut, punctuated by the occasional giggle or whispered comment. My stomach protests loudly, and I wrap my arms around my middle to muffle the sound. "Miss V?" Sarah tugs at my sleeve, holding out a small piece of bread. "I'm full." I know she's lying. They're all always hungry. But the gesture makes my throat tight. "That's very kind, but you need to keep up your strength. How about we save it for later instead?" The meeting hall's drafty walls do little to keep out the biting cold, but the heated glares from the other settlers warm my cheeks. I grip my wooden charm, trying to steady my racing heart, as Aldrich, our settlement leader, towers over me. "You're reckless, V," he barks, jabbing a finger at my chest. "Feeding those brats like they're royalty while the rest of us starve. You're endangering us all." My jaw tightens. The wooden charm digs into my palm. They're children. They need hope. They need a future. "Hope?" Aldrich's laugh sounds like ice cracking. "You fill their heads with nonsense about Christmas, about miracles. It's a fairy tale, V. You're making them weak." "It's true. I've been telling the children all about Christmas, trying to give them a spark of warmth in this cold, desolate winterscape. It's a wonderful, albeit ancient, human tradition to believe that a saint would deliver presents to all children in a single night. People would sing, exchange gifts, and have a feast. It was a time of forgiveness and love, of acceptance and selflessness." The other adults murmur in agreement, their faces twisted with disdain. My hands start to tremble, but I force them still. "Weak!" The word comes out sharper than I intend, and I take a step forward. They've survived more than most of us ever will. They're stronger than you think. The murmurs around me blend into Aldrich's thundering voice. Enough, V. Stop talking about Christmas. Focus on reality. My nails dig into my palms. The wooden charm presses against my chest, reminding me of Tommy's proud face when he gave it to me. I bite my tongue, tasting copper. Fighting back won't help the children. Meeting's over. Aldrich waves his hand dismissively. Get back to work. The cold hits me like a slap as I step outside. Through the swirling snow, I spot them, the BlazeOrcs. Their massive forms move with surprising grace along the settlement's edge, armour glinting despite the weak winter sun. One of them carries what looks like a whole deer over his shoulder, and my stomach twists with envy. Martha hurries past me, clutching her shawl tight. Guard change, she mutters. Better stay clear. I nod, but my eyes track the orc's movements. The deer disappears into their camp, and I think of the children's hollow cheeks. We work ourselves to exhaustion providing for our protectors, and what do we get? Scraps. The irony doesn't escape me. We traded one form of danger for another. My gaze catches on movement at the edge of the settlement. Through the curtain of falling snow, I spot him. Fazo. The BlazeOrc Chieftain towers above his warriors, his presence commanding even from this distance. The wind whips his heavy fur-lined cloak, revealing gleaming leather armour underneath, adorned with intricate tribal patterns that snake across the chest piece. A coat like that? I shake my head at the impossible thought. Our work went to their hands and mouths, and exchange they protected us from the savage behaviour of other orc tribes. Still, my eyes trail back to the warm furs and leathers. My breath catches as our eyes meet. His amber irises burn with golden flecks, like embers in a dying fire. The crown of polished bones that circles his head catches the weak winter light, each piece carved with symbols I can't decipher. The massive battle axe strapped to his back bears similar markings, its blade wider than my torso. He crosses his arms, muscles rippling beneath the fur and leather, and tilts his head slightly. The gesture makes his bone and metal ornaments chime softly, the sound carrying across the snow-covered ground. His black hair, braided with copper rings and beads, shifts with the movement. My heart pounds against my ribs. I duck my head and pull my hood tighter, but the image of him stays burned in my mind. The way his smaller-than-usual tusks give his face an almost gentle cast. How the tribal paint across his cheekbones emphasises his sharp features. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I hurry away. Something about him, the intensity of his gaze perhaps, or the way he stood apart from his warriors, makes my chest tight with an emotion I can't quite name. But I push the thoughts aside. The children are waiting, and their needs must come first. 3 humans could eat for days with what one of them consumes, whispers Jacob as he passes, hauling firewood and nodding to where I had just been gawking. Can't last like this. He's right. The math doesn't add up, and sooner or later the orcs will realise it too. What then? My fingers find the wooden charm again, and I think of Sarah's smile when she talks about Christmas miracles. Maybe Aldrich is right. Maybe I am filling their heads with nonsense. But hope isn't nonsense. It's all we have left.
Chapter 2. Fazo. The sound of clashing steel echoes through the BlazeOrc encampment as I watch my warriors train. Their movements are precise, brutal, but my mind drifts to the human settlement. Earlier, I caught a glimpse of that woman, the one with the children. Her quick retreat spoke volumes about how they see us, the human settlement struggles, their rations dwindling with each passing day. I've seen it in their faces, their hollow eyes and gaunt frames. That woman, though, she held herself differently, proud, despite everything. Chieftain! Korgath, one of my council members, approaches. His tone carries that familiar sharpness that means trouble. We must discuss the rations. I nod, following the elder into the longhouse. The warmth inside does little to ease the tension in my shoulders. Korgath takes his place at the long table, his weathered hands splayed across the wooden surface. The humans are starving, he says. I'm aware. Then you're also aware that our own stores are reaching critical levels. Korgath's eyes narrow. The clan comes first, chieftain. Always. I cross my arms, studying the map spread across the table. And what message would we send by letting them starve at our doorstep? The same message nature sends every winter. Survive or perish. We're not beasts, Korgath. No, we're orcs. And orcs look after their own. He leans forward. Or has your father's teachings grown soft in your memory? My jaw tightens. My father taught me that true strength lies in knowing when to bare your teeth and when to extend your hand. Pretty words won't fill empty bellies. Neither will corpses on our doorstep come spring. I trace the boundary line between our territories. The peace we've built is fragile. Breaking it now. Peace, Korgath scoffs. Is that what you call their fear? The weight of my axe against my back reminds me of simpler times, when problems could be solved with steel and strength. But those days are behind us. They have to be. The council members fill the longhouse, their massive forms casting long shadows in the firelight. My gaze sweeps over each face, reading the unspoken tension. Our hunters report the game grows scarce, another elder says, drumming thick fingers against the table. We can barely feed our own. The arrangement stands. I plant my hands on the table, leaning forward. Their smiths repair our weapons. Their healers tend our wounded. Their hunters help to feed our mouths. Korgath slams his fist down. Weapons we forged for centuries without their help. Medicine we never needed. And food that they take out from under our noses. And how many warriors did we lose to infected wounds? My voice stays level, though heat rises in my chest. How many axes shattered in battle because we rushed their making? Better dead with honor than living on human charity, someone mutters. The chamber erupts. Voices clash like steel on steel, each counselor trying to outshout the others. Some pound the table, others rise to their feet. Korgath's face twists with disgust as he points an accusing finger. Your father would never... I raise my hand. The gesture carries enough weight to silence them all, though their anger still simmers. The fire crackles in the sudden quiet, shadows dancing across carved walls that have witnessed countless such debates. I will find a solution, I say, letting my gaze sweep across the council chamber. One that ensures the survival of both our people and theirs. A handful of the younger council members nod. The rest exchange glances that speak louder than words. Korgath's lip curls in a sneer he doesn't bother hiding. The disappointment in the room weighs heavier than my battle axe. This meeting is concluded. I push away from the table, ignoring the mutters that follow me out. The night air bites through my furs as I step outside. Stars pierce the darkness above, cold and distant as the elder's approval. A scream splits the silence, high and young. My feet are moving before my mind catches up. I round the corner of the supply building to find Gresh, one of our younger warriors, towering over a human child. The boy can't be more than 6 winters old, pressed against the wooden wall. Tears freeze on his cheeks. Gresh's axe gleams in the torchlight. What do you think you're doing here, little thief? Gresh's growl carries the edge of bloodlust. I wasn't. The boy's voice breaks. My sister's sick. We need Need what? Our food? Our medicine? Gresh takes another step forward. Maybe I should show you what happens to thieves in our clan. The boy whimpers, sliding down the wall. His small hands clutch something to his chest. Herbs by the look of it. Probably dropped from one of our drying racks. My shadow falls across them both. Lower your weapon, Gresh. The warrior spins, axe still raised. Recognition floods his face, followed quickly by uncertainty. Chieftain, I caught this human stealing our... I said lower it. Gresh's grip tightens on his axe. But Chieftain, the council just discussed... The council discusses many things. My voice carries the weight of command, leaving no room for argument. The torchlight catches the fear in the boy's eyes, reminding me of another child long ago. That doesn't mean we abandon who we are. Who we are. Gresh's laugh holds no humor. We're warriors, not nursemaids. The humans need to learn... Need to learn what? I step closer, using my height to full advantage. That we're the monsters they always feared we were. The warrior's shoulders tense. They already think that. Then prove them wrong. I tap the handle of his axe. Or would you rather prove Korgath right about us being nothing but beasts? That hits its mark. Gresh's expression shifts, axe lowering slowly. No, Chieftain. I turn to the boy who's pressed himself so hard against the wall he might become part of it. The herbs clutched to his chest are winter mint, good for fever and chills. My father taught me that back when he still believed peace was possible. Go home, I say, softening my tone, and tell no one of this. The boy bolts, his footsteps crunching in the snow until they fade into nothing. The weight of Gresh's stare bores into my back. The elders won't like this, he mutters. The elders don't have to like everything I do. I turn back to him, but they will respect my decisions, as will you. He nods, though reluctance threads through the gesture. I watch him stride away, his posture rigid with unspoken words. The night wraps around me, cold and full of questions I'm not sure I can answer. Compassion is dangerous, especially to a leader. But is it truly weakness or strength?
Chapter 3. V. The children huddle around the crude drawing, their faces alight with pride as they present it to me. I hold the scrap of paper carefully, my eyes welling up as I take in the scrawled figures. 5 small shapes surrounding a taller one, all holding hands beneath a misshapen sun. To the side is a Christmas tree, covered in colourful orbs and presents. It's us, little Tam whispers, his voice barely audible. Our family, and Christmas. My heart clenches. I pull them into a tight embrace, my voice thick with emotion. It's perfect. Look, that's me. Mary points to the tallest of the small figures. And that's you with the brown hair. I drew the sun, Pip announces, puffing up his chest. But as they chatter about their artwork, I can't ignore the signs anymore. Mary's collarbones jut out sharply beneath her thin shirt. Tam's eyes are sunken, dark circles underneath them despite how much he sleeps. Even energetic Pip has grown quieter, his usual bouncing reduced to tired shuffling. Tommy and Sarah, the oldest 2 and siblings, lean against each other more than usual, their once rosy cheeks now pale and drawn. Can we have dinner now? Tam asks, tugging at my sleeve. His small fingers tremble. I squeeze the drawing, careful not to crumple it. Soon, love. Why don't you all practice your letters while I get things ready? They scatter to their usual spots, but their movements lack their usual energy. I turn away, pretending to sort through our supplies, while blinking back tears. The nearly empty storage bin mocks me. We have enough for maybe 2 more days, if I skip my own meals entirely. I have to do something. Now, I'll be right back, my loves. I tug on my threadbare coat, the patches doing little to block out the winter chill. Mary hands me the knitted scarf she made last summer. It's uneven and full of dropped stitches, but it's one of my most treasured possessions. Keep practicing those letters. I won't be long. The walk to the settlement leader's house steals my breath away, not from exertion, but from anger building in my chest. The guard at his door tries to stop me, but I push past him. We need to talk. My voice cuts through the warm air of his sitting room. He's lounging by the fire, a half-eaten meal on the table beside him. The sight makes my blood boil. He barely looks up. What now, V? The children can't survive on this. I slam my ration card onto his table, rattling his dishes. I've worked harder than anyone, treating wounds, delivering babies, gathering herbs. I've earned my share. His face darkens as he rises from his chair. Your share is what I say it is. He towers over me, but I refuse to step back. Those children are a drain on resources. They're useless. Don't you dare call them that. The words explode from my chest. My hands shake, but my voice is strong. The door slams in my face with enough force to make my teeth rattle. My fists pound against the wood, desperation clawing at my throat. Please, they're just children. The guard shifts his weight, refusing to meet my eyes. Miss V, you need to leave. They'll die without food. My voice cracks. At least let me speak to him again. He won't see you. The guard's tone softens slightly. Go home. Defeat crashes over me like ice water. My shoulders slump as I turn away, each step through the deep snow draining what little strength I have left. The children's faces flash through my mind, their hopeful eyes, their trust in me to keep them safe. I've failed them. The winter sun hangs low and lifeless in the sky, casting long shadows across the settlement. Movement catches my eye. The BlazeOrc clan gathered at the border. Their massive forms stand out against the stark white landscape, and among them towers their chieftain. I've never seen Fazo this clearly before, here in the light of our heatless sun. The pale light catches on his intricately carved battle axe, the metal gleaming against his dark leather armour. His black hair, braided back from his face, reveals sharp features that seem carved from stone. He crosses his arms, listening to his warriors, and even from here I can see the quiet authority in his stance. His amber eyes narrow as he surveys the group, golden flecks catching the light like embers. He's terrifying, he's magnificent, and he might be my children's only hope. My hands shake as I grab a small rock from the frozen ground. The children's faces flash through my mind. I can't go back empty-handed. Not today. Not when they're counting on me. Chieftain! The word catches in my throat, too quiet against the winter wind. He doesn't turn. The rock feels heavy in my palm. My heart pounds against my ribs as I pull back my arm and throw. It hits an orc's leather armour with a dull thud. Weapons slide free of sheaths. 6 orcs spin toward me, their yellow eyes blazing. The one I hit snarls, baring teeth sharp enough to tear flesh. My hands shoot up. Wait, please! The words tumble out as I take a stumbling step backward. I don't mean any harm. Please, Chieftain, I just need a moment of your time. The snow crunches beneath Fazo's boots as he moves forward. His warriors part like water around a stone, their weapons still raised. The setting sun catches the amber of his eyes, making them glow like banked coals. My breath catches. Up close, he towers over me, his shadow stretching across the snow between us. The carved patterns in his leather armour catch the light, telling stories I can't read. His black hair, pulled back in intricate braids, reveals the sharp angles of his face. Those eyes lock onto mine. The world narrows to just this moment, me, trembling in my thin coat, facing down the most powerful orc in the territory. The wind holds its breath. Even the warriors seem to freeze, waiting.
Chapter 4. Fazo. I turn to face this peculiar human woman, taking in her appearance. Her chestnut hair escapes a worn wool cap in wisps, framing a face marked by exhaustion. Dark circles shadow her warm brown eyes, yet there's a fierce light in them that catches my attention. Her slim frame drowns in layers of mismatched clothing, and a wooden charm dangles from her neck. Despite her disheveled state, There's a quiet dignity in how she holds herself. "Stand down!" I command as Gresh lunges forward to grab her. My warrior freezes mid-step, but his muscles remain coiled tight, ready to strike. "You have strange ways of requesting an audience, human." I cross my arms, studying the way she wrings her hands. Most don't start by assaulting my warriors. I called out," she says, chin lifted despite her trembling voice. "You didn't hear me." "So you decided throwing rocks was the next logical step?" I didn't know what else to do. Her eyes lock with mine, and I see it then. The raw desperation etched in every line of her face. "Please, I need your help." Those eyes hold something more than just fear or hunger. There's determination there, the kind that makes someone reckless enough to challenge an orc warrior twice their size. Interesting. "Speak then," I say, noting how my warriors shift uneasily. "But make it quick. My men's patience wears thin." "The settlement leader won't give me the food I earned," she says, her voice cracking. "I worked double shifts, sometimes triple, to earn enough for 5 portions. The children—" I raise my hand, cutting her off. "This sounds like an internal matter. Perhaps you've miscalculated." "No!" Her outburst startles even my warriors. The wind whips her hair around her face, and something about the way she stands there, defiant despite her fragile frame, catches my attention. Her features, though sharp from hunger, hold an ethereal quality I've rarely seen in humans. High cheekbones cast delicate shadows across her face, and those eyes— there's a fire in them that reminds me of molten amber. With proper nourishment, her hollow cheeks would fill out, softening her jawline. Her lips, chapped from the cold, would likely be full and— I shake my head, banishing such inappropriate thoughts. "I counted every hour," she continues, stepping closer despite Gresh's warning growl. "Every single task. I've been working from sunrise to midnight, taking care of the settlement's laundry, helping with the hunting parties, mending clothes, collecting firewood. 5 portions. That's what I earned. That's what those children need. Your children aren't my— they'll die." Her voice breaks. "They have no one else. No parents, no family, just me. And if I can't feed them—" Tears freeze on her cheeks. "Please, I wouldn't be here if I had any other choice." "They're not your children?" I ask, my eyes narrowing as I study her face more carefully. "No." She shakes her head, snowflakes catching in her hair. "But I'm raising them. They lost their parents during the raids last year. They do their best to help. The oldest ones gather kindling, and even little Mari helps sort the laundry. They're not burdens. They're children who deserve a chance." My chest tightens at her words. The conviction in her voice stirs something in me. Memories of my own nephew, perhaps, and how fiercely I wanted to protect him after my brother's death. This woman, barely more than a wisp in the bitter wind, stands before a group of armed orcs defending children who aren't even her own. But I can't let her bravery sway me. "I cannot interfere in human matters," I say, keeping my voice firm despite the way her face falls. "You must find another solution." The color drains from her cheeks. She gives a quick nod, then turns and runs, her boots crunching in the snow. The wooden charm at her neck catches the light as she disappears between the buildings. "Back to your posts," I order my warriors, though my eyes linger on her retreating form. Something about her? No. I turn away, focusing on the training grounds where my warriors practice their sword work. The clan needs my attention, not some human woman with more courage than sense. But her words echo in my mind. They deserve a chance. The longhouse thrums with life, voices bouncing off wooden beams as my warriors feast. Gresh tears into a roasted boar leg while trading insults with Karn about their sparring match. The fire pit bathes everything in amber light, casting dancing shadows across weathered faces. I stare at my plate, piled high with meat and root vegetables. The portion could feed 3 humans, maybe 4. The thought snags in my mind like a bramble, refusing to let go. Something wrong with the meat, Chief? Karn asks through a mouthful of food. No. I push a potato around with my knife. Just thinking. About that human female? Gresh snorts. The one who attacked me with a rock? She didn't attack you! I growl. It barely grazed your shoulder. Still, gutsy little thing. He tears another chunk of meat off the bone. Either brave or stupid. Or desperate, I mutter, more to myself than him. The conversation moves on, but my appetite doesn't return. That wooden charm she wore, carved with childish hands, no doubt. One of her orphan's work, the way it caught the light as she ran. Chief. My advisor, Throck, clears his throat. The patrol schedules need reviewing, and the weapons master wants to discuss steel shipments. I nod, grateful for the distraction. After the meal. Rising from the table, I grab my cloak. The clan needs me focused, not dwelling on some human woman's problems. Yet as I stride toward the door, my gaze falls on the remaining food, enough to feed an entire human family. They deserve a chance, her voice echoes in my head. Throck, I call over my shoulder. Have those schedules ready in my quarters. The warmth of the longhouse fades behind me as I step into the night. There's work to be done. The clan comes first. Always.
Chapter 5. V. Snow crunches beneath my boots as I trudge through the forest, my breath fogging the icy air. The wooden charm around my neck taps against my chest with each step, reminding me of the faces waiting back home. My fingers are numb, gripping a small, worn dagger. My stomach growls, but I push forward, muttering to myself. There has to be something here. Anything. The trees loom tall and skeletal around me, the silence oppressive. I brush frost from a low branch, eyes scanning for herbs or movement. Last winter, these same branches yielded wintergreen and pine needles for tea. Now they're bare, stripped by others as desperate as me. Come on, I whisper, checking beneath fallen logs. Even mushrooms would do. But the ground yields nothing but frozen earth and dead leaves. My heart sinks. Hours have passed, and the cold bites deeper. The sun's position warns me I've wandered further than planned. The children will worry if I'm not back soon. Little Mira always counts the minutes, her face pressed against our cabin's frosted window. I rub my arms, the layers of clothing doing little against the biting wind. My fingers trace the familiar scar on my left forearm, a reminder of another winter, another desperate search for food. At least then I'd only had myself to worry about. The dagger's handle digs into my palm as I grip it tighter. A rabbit, a squirrel, anything would help fill 5 empty bellies. But the forest holds its secrets close today, mocking my efforts with its emptiness. A flash of crimson stops me dead in my tracks. Through the stark white snow, the colour screams danger, drawing me forward despite my instincts telling me to run. My fingers tighten around the dagger as I edge closer. The red spreads across the snow like spilled wine, and at its centre lies a small figure. My breath catches, an orc child, no bigger than my youngest, curled into a tight ball. Oh gods. The words escape in a whisper as I drop to my knees beside them. Blood seeps from a nasty gash in their side, staining their rough-spun clothes. Their green skin has taken on a sickly pale hue, chest barely rising with each shallow breath. My hand hovers over their shoulder, healer's instincts warring with caution. The wound needs immediate attention, but moving them could make things worse. Hey, little one, can you hear me? A twig snaps behind me. The sound freezes my blood faster than the winter air. Every muscle in my body tenses as hot breath hits the back of my neck. Slowly, I turn my head. Less than an arm's length away stands a wolf, its yellow eyes fixed on me with predatory focus. Its lips curl back, revealing teeth longer than my fingers. The low rumble from its chest vibrates through the ground beneath my knees. The wooden charm at my neck suddenly feels heavy, reminding me of 5 faces waiting at home, 5 children who need me to return. My heart thunders against my ribs as panic claws up my throat. The dagger trembles in my grip, its familiar weight doing little to steady my nerves. "It's just one," I whisper, trying to convince myself. "I can do this. I have to." The wolf's muscles bunch, a split-second warning before it launches itself at me. I throw myself sideways, the momentum carrying me through deep snow. My arm swings out, pure instinct rather than skill, and the blade connects. Hot blood sprays across the pristine white as steel bites into flesh. The beast's yelp pierces the winter air. It stumbles back, favouring its injured leg, but its yellow eyes still burn with hunger. Blood drips from its matted fur, staining the snow beneath. For a heartbeat, we lock eyes, predator and prey, though I'm not sure which is which anymore. Then something shifts in those savage eyes. Self-preservation wins over hunger, and the wolf retreats, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. "Thank the gods," I gasp, my legs nearly giving out. But there's no time for relief. The orc child hasn't moved during the entire encounter. I sheathe the bloodied dagger and hurry to his side. "Hold on, little one." His skin feels like ice beneath my fingers as I carefully lift him. He's heavier than I expected, all muscle, like most orc children, but I manage to position him across my back. My knees protest as I stand, adjusting his weight. "Just stay with me," I murmur, starting the long trek back. "I've got you now." My boots slide on patches of ice as I push forward, each step a battle against exhaustion and terror. The child's weight threatens to drag me down, but I can't stop, won't stop. A soft groan escapes him, his head rolling against my shoulder. "Shh," I whisper, adjusting my grip. "Stay with me, little one. Just a bit further." The wind carries a sound that turns my blood to ice, a long, mournful howl splitting the winter air. Before my racing heart can settle, another answers from a different direction. "No, no, no!" The words tumble from my lips in desperate gasps. My legs burn as I force them to move faster, the orc child's dead weight pressing against my spine. This isn't happening. Dark shapes dart between the trees, flashes of movement at the edge of my vision. My chest heaves with each ragged breath, knees screaming in protest as I stumble over hidden roots beneath the snow. The howls grow closer, more confident. They're coordinating, surrounding us. The wooden charm bounces against my chest with each lurching step, reminding me of the 5 other children waiting at home. What would happen to them if... Number, I can't think like that. Another wolf appears ahead, cutting off my path. I veered left, nearly losing my footing. The child whimpers, stirring slightly. "Don't move," I pant, tightening my grip. "Whatever you do, don't move." More shadows weave through the trees, drawing closer. My lungs feel like they're filled with shards of ice, but I push harder. The settlement has to be close. It has to be. The wolves' panting echoes in my ears, mixing with the thunder of my pulse. They're toying with us now, wearing us down, waiting for me to fall. The wooden gates of the settlement pierce through the white haze ahead. My legs shake with exhaustion, but hope surges through my chest. "Almost there, little one. We're going to make it." The ground shifts beneath my feet. My stomach lurches as the snow gives way, and we're falling. I clutch the orc child tight against my chest, twisting my body to take the impact. The world spins, then pain explodes through my back as we hit frozen earth. Stars dance across my vision. Warm liquid trickles down my temple, and the metallic taste of blood fills my mouth. Above us, yellow eyes rim the edge of the pit, hungry growls echoing off the earthen walls. "Stay still," I whisper to the child, though he's already unconscious. My fingers fumble for the dagger at my belt, the metal slick with melted snow and blood. The wooden charm at my neck feels heavy, each breath a struggle. A massive shape lands in the pit with us, and I force my eyes to focus. The wolf's breath fogs the air between us, its muscles coiled to strike. I press the child beneath me, raising the dagger with trembling fingers. "Come on then," I rasp, tasting copper on my tongue. "You'll have to go through me first." The whistle cuts through the air like a knife. The wolf's eyes go wide, then blank. It crumples, an arrow shaft protruding from its skull mere feet from where I lie. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision. A dark figure appears at the pit's edge, blocking out what little light remains. I try to make out their features, but consciousness slips away like water through my fingers. The last thing I feel is the wooden charm pressing against my heart as darkness claims me. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 6. Fazo. I pace outside the healer's tent, my arms crossed as I wait for news. The morning sun barely touches the frost-covered ground, but I haven't slept since finding them in that pit. "How is he?" I ask as soon as our healer Kraz emerges. "The bite wasn't deep. Your nephew will heal." Kraz wipes his hands on a cloth. The human woman cushioned his fall. Without her... I know. My jaw clenches. I dismissed her just hours before she saved Zarast. And her condition? Multiple injuries, bruised ribs, cuts, that head wound. Kraz shakes his head. She's small, even for a human. Carrying Zarast must have been like carrying a boulder. She could have left him, but she didn't. Kraz's weathered face creases. Interesting, isn't it? This morning she throws rocks at your warriors by afternoon. She's fighting wolves to save one of our children. I step into the tent. The woman, V, looks even smaller on the cot, her face pale against the furs. Bandages wrap around her head, spots of red seeping through. That wolf was twice her size. I remember the scene, her curled around Zarast, that tiny dagger clutched in her hand. She didn't hesitate. The same woman who demanded your attention this morning, yes? Kraz checks her bandages. Perhaps you should have listened then. Perhaps. I study her face, remembering her desperate eyes as she pleaded for food. Now I understand why. How many children did she say she was caring for? 5, according to the humans who brought her things, all orphans. Kraz pauses. None her own. The weight of that settles in my chest. 5 children, no obligation to any of them, yet she fights like a mother bear for their survival. Keep me informed of any changes, I say, turning to leave. In either of them. Of course, Chief. Kraz's knowing look follows me out, though I suspect you'll be checking yourself soon enough. I lean closer to study her features in the dim light. My calloused fingers hover over her face before gently tracing the bridge of her nose. Such delicate bones beneath the skin. My thumb brushes across her lower lip, surprisingly soft against my rough skin. A strange warmth spreads through my chest. Chief. Ululu's voice breaks through my reverie. I straighten immediately, drawing my hand back. There's a brawl near the training grounds. Handle it. I'll be out shortly. I pause, an idea forming. And Dululu. Find the human children she cares for. Bring them here. The orphans? All 5? Yes, now go. After he leaves, I turn to our healer, Kraz, who's been quietly checking bandages. Tell me everything. The boy has deep bite marks along his side, Kraz says, adjusting a poultice. But clean wounds, no infection yet. The woman. He gestures to her still form. Bruised ribs, various cuts, that nasty head wound. Both need watching, but they'll wake on their own time. Heavy footsteps approach the tent. When I step outside, Ululu stands with 5 small humans huddled behind him like frightened rabbits. The youngest clutches a worn wooden toy, tears streaming down his dirty face. Miss V, one of the younger ones whispers, spotting her through the tent flap. Is she... so that's her name. I study the small humans huddled together, their thin frames shivering despite the furs my warriors draped over them. The tallest one, barely reaching my waist, steps forward, positioning himself between me and the younger ones. Where's Miss V? His voice wavers, but his chin stays high. My brow furrows as I take in their gaunt faces. So this is what drove her to such desperation. She's being treated for her injuries. Can we see her? The youngest clutches a wooden toy to his chest, tears streaking his dirt-smudged cheeks. Not yet. I crouch down, bringing myself closer to their level. How old are you? The tall one hesitates, eyes darting between me and the tent. I'm Tommy, 12 winters. And she takes care of all of you? The concept still baffles me. Is she your mother? No. Tommy's shoulders straighten. Our mothers, they left us. But Miss V, she's better than any mother. She's all the family we have. The smallest one nods vigorously. She tells us stories and makes medicine when we're sick. Tommy takes another step forward, his small fists clenched. If Miss V did something wrong, I'll take her punishment. I'm the man of our family now. The declaration, so earnest from such a small human, catches me off guard. This child, barely older than Zarast, willing to face an Orc Chieftain's wrath to protect his guardian. I lower myself to one knee, bringing my massive frame closer to their level. Tommy's brave front wavers slightly, but he holds his ground. Miss V didn't do anything wrong, I say, keeping my voice soft despite its natural growl. She's resting inside, she's hurt, but she'll heal. Hurt? Tommy's eyes dart to the girl beside him, whose fingers twist in her worn dress. Tommy steps closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. What happened to her? Please don't tell Pip. He's only 7 and he cries so much already. I glance at the smallest one, clutching his toy and staring up at me with wide, frightened eyes. She saved someone very important to me. She fought bravely. Like in her stories? Sarah asks, her voice barely audible. Yes? I nod. But she needs rest now. Can you all be quiet and well-behaved until she's better? Tommy's face sets with determination. He thrusts out his small hand, pinky finger extended. I stare at it, baffled by this strange human gesture. You promise you'll take care of her? Tommy asks. When I don't move, he reaches for my much larger hand. His tiny finger wraps around my pinky, which is nearly as thick as his wrist. It's a promise, he explains seriously. The most important kind. Miss V says you can never break a pinky promise. I curl my finger carefully around his. Then I promise. Can we see her now? Pip's lower lip trembles. I rise, gesturing toward the tent. Follow me, but remember, quiet steps.
Chapter 7. V. My eyes flutter open, the soft glow of candlelight sending sharp needles of pain through my skull. The room spins slightly as I try to focus, the scent of medicinal herbs and smoke filling my nose. Easy now, I mutter to myself, pressing a hand against my throbbing temple. My fingers brush against bandages wrapped around my head. The memories flood back. The wolf, the chase, the fall. I bolt upright, immediately regretting the sudden movement as pain lances through my body. But I need to know. Relief washes over me as I spot the orc child in the adjacent bed, his chest rising and falling steadily under thick furs. The wound on his side has been properly dressed, clean white bandages peeking out from under his blanket. My legs shake as I swing them over the side of the bed. The floor is cold beneath my bare feet, and every muscle protests as I stand. The few steps to his bedside feel like miles. "Let's see how you're healing," I whisper, carefully lifting the edge of his bandage. The stitches are neat and precise, the skin around them clean and free of infection. "Good." I tuck the blanket back around him, smoothing it with trembling hands. My own injuries scream for attention, but I need to make sure he's okay first. It's what I do, what I've always done. A small hand grasps mine and I jump, my heart leaping into my throat. Looking down, I meet piercing green eyes that remind me of spring leaves. "You saved me?" His voice is soft, uncertain. I nod, letting my shoulders relax. The familiar rhythm of caring for a child steadies my nerves. "Yes, but right now you need to rest. That wound needs time to heal." He shifts against the pillows, wincing slightly. His fingers fidget with the edge of his blanket, reminding me so much of my own children when they're nervous. "I shouldn't have gone into the woods." "No, you shouldn't have." I adjust his bandages, keeping my movements gentle. A lock of hair falls in my face, and I brush it back with my free hand. "But you're a child. Mistakes happen. Just promise me you won't do it again." His lips curl into a small smile, though exhaustion still clouds his features. "I'm Zrast." He pauses, swallowing hard. "My uncle. He's the chieftain." My hands freeze mid-motion. The chieftain's nephew. The same chieftain who dismissed me this morning. I force myself to keep working, checking his bandages with steady fingers despite my racing thoughts. Of all the children to save. The door groans on its hinges, and my heart skips a beat as Fazo's massive frame fills the doorway. Even without his battle axe, he's intimidating, all corded muscle and raw power wrapped in leather and fur. The candlelight catches the scar across his chest where his armour parts, throwing shadows across his angular features. His amber eyes lock onto mine, flecks of gold dancing in their depths. I find myself shrinking back against the bed, though I try to hide it. He moves with surprising grace for someone so large, each step deliberate and controlled. "You're awake," he says, his deep voice rumbling through the small room. His expression remains neutral, those striking eyes studying me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. My fingers twist in the blanket. "Fine," I manage, dropping my gaze to the floor. The wooden planks suddenly seem fascinating. He crosses his arms, they're as thick as tree trunks, and shifts his weight. "You would have died if I hadn't found you." Heat creeps up my neck and into my cheeks. The truth of his words stings, but I can't deny them. I force myself to nod, still avoiding those piercing eyes. "Thank you." My heart leaps into my throat. The children. How could I forget? The room spins as I push myself to my feet, ignoring the protest of my aching muscles. "I need to go. The kids..." Fazo's massive frame blocks the doorway, his shadow falling across me like a heavy cloak. "They're with me." "What?" The word comes out as a squeak. My fingers find the wooden charm around my neck, clutching it tight. "Why?" "Follow me." His voice rumbles through the small room, brooking no argument. My legs wobble as I take a step forward, and I catch myself on the edge of the bed. The floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. I can barely walk. His amber eyes narrow slightly. Without a word, he crosses the room in 2 long strides and offers his arm, thick as a tree branch and corded with muscle. I hesitate, my pride warring with practicality. But the thought of my children pushes me forward. I grasp his forearm, my fingers barely spanning half its width. His skin is surprisingly warm. "Thank you," I mumble, letting him guide me toward the door. Each step sends a fresh wave of pain through my body, but I grit my teeth and keep moving. "You're stubborn," he says, adjusting his pace to match my limping gait. "So I've been told." The room spins slightly as I follow Fazo's steady steps, my fingers gripping his arm tighter than I intend. The warmth from his skin seeps through my thin sleeves, grounding me as we make our way down a torch-lit corridor. My heart nearly stops when I spot them. My children, all 5 huddled around a wooden table laden with more food than I've seen in weeks. Steam rises from bowls of thick stew, chunks of meat and vegetables visible in the broth. Fresh bread sits in neat piles beside each bowl. "Kids!" The word bursts from my throat as I stumble forward, releasing Fazo's arm. My legs wobble, but I don't care. I wrap my arms around Tommy first, breathing in his familiar scent of pine needles and wood smoke. "We were so worried," Tommy whispers against my shoulder. His arms tighten around my waist. I move to each child in turn, pressing kisses to foreheads and smoothing tangled hair. Sarah's eyes are red-rimmed from crying. Little Pip clings to my skirts, refusing to let go even as I try to check him for injuries. "Your head." Tommy touches my bandage gently. "Does it hurt bad?" I force a smile, though my skull throbs with each heartbeat. "I'm fine. Head wounds aren't that bad. They just bleed a lot." Pip tugs at my sleeve, his bowl of stew practically untouched. "Help?" he asks, holding up his spoon with trembling fingers. I turn back toward Fazo, who stands in the doorway like a silent sentinel. Our eyes meet, and I mouth the words, "Thank you," before settling beside Pip. My hands shake as I help him steady his spoon, but my heart feels lighter than it has in days. "Small bites," I murmur to Pip, guiding the spoon to his mouth. "There's plenty more."
Chapter 8. Fazo. I lean against the doorframe, watching the scene unfold. The children's laughter echoes through the room, a sound rarely heard in our settlement. The smallest one, Pip, I think, spills crumbs down his front as he devours his portion. "Careful there," V says, brushing the crumbs from his tunic. "The food isn't going anywhere." My jaw tightens as I notice her untouched plate sitting beside her. She's positioned herself on the ground, legs crossed beneath her skirt, completely focused on making sure each child eats properly. "Miss V, aren't you hungry?" Tommy asks, offering her a piece of his bread. She shakes her head, her smile never wavering. "I'll eat later. You need it more than I do." Something in my chest constricts. The bandage on her head is still stark white against her brown hair, yet here she sits, radiating contentment, while her own stomach must be screaming for food. Her eyes suddenly meet mine. That smile, genuine, warm, grateful, hits me like a physical blow. Heat creeps up my neck and I whirl around, my cloak snapping with the motion. "Damn it," I mutter, clenching my fists. "This reaction, it's inappropriate, unsettling. I'm a chieftain, not some green warrior caught off guard by a pretty smile." "Pretty?" I growl under my breath. When did I start thinking of her as pretty? Human. She's human. And apparently determined to starve herself for these children who aren't even hers. The thought shouldn't bother me as much as it does. My nails dig into my palms. I need to leave. Need to focus on clan matters. not waste time watching some foolishly self-sacrificing woman ignore her own needs. I turn to leave, my cloak sweeping behind me, but something pulls my gaze back over my shoulder. The scene hits me like a punch to the gut. "Pip, sweetheart, you'll choke if you eat that fast." V's voice carries across the room, soft and patient. "Small bites, remember?" My fingers curl into fists. The bandage on her head is spotted with blood, her own plate untouched. Yet here she sits, fussing over these children like a mother hen, as if starving herself will somehow make more food appear. "Foolish human," I mutter, yanking the door open. The cold air bites at my face as I stride into the evening. She'll collapse at this rate, then who'll care for those brats? A crash from the healer's tent cuts through my thoughts, followed by raised voices. My boots crunch in the snow as I pick up my pace, jaw clenching at the sound of breaking pottery. "What now?" I growl, my hand already reaching for the tent flap. The argument inside grows louder, and I recognize the healer's gravelly voice among the chaos. I stride into the tent, my cloak sweeping aside the hanging furs. The scene before me makes my temple throb. My nephew, still weak from his injuries, locked in a childish battle with our eldest healer. "Enough!" My voice fills the space, and both of them freeze mid-struggle. The bowl of medicine teeters precariously between them. Zarast's amber eyes, so much like my own, flash with defiance. "I don't want it. It's disgusting." He wrinkles his nose at the steaming concoction. I step closer, letting my shadow fall over him. The herb's pungent aroma fills my nostrils. No wonder he's resisting. "Do you think you'll heal by sheer willpower alone?" "I'd rather take my chances with the wolves again," Zarast mutters, crossing his arms. My jaw clenches at the memory of finding him in that pit, a human woman shielding him with her own body. That human risked her life to save yours. Will you waste her sacrifice because of your stubborn pride? The healer's eyes widen at my words. Even I'm surprised by the heat in my voice. Zarast's shoulders slump. "No, uncle." He reaches for the bowl, his movements stiff with reluctance. "But I want the lady." I stare at my nephew, his words hitting me like a physical blow. The medicine bowl trembles slightly in his grip, and I catch the scent of herbs wafting through the air. "The human female?" My voice comes out rougher than intended. "She saved me." Zarast's chin lifts in that stubborn way that reminds me too much of myself at his age. "I want her to take care of me." I draw in a sharp breath, the sound echoing in the tent. "Why?" His fingers clench around the bowl and he drops his gaze to the ground. "Because..." The pause stretches between us like a drawn bowstring. "She saved me. It's only right." Something in his tone makes me study him closer. The set of his jaw, the way his shoulders hunch slightly. There's more to this than simple gratitude. "You want to repay her for saving your life?" He nods, still not meeting my eyes. My hand finds its way to my hip as I consider his words. Perhaps this isn't entirely unreasonable. "Orcs repay life debts," I say, my voice softening, "especially for something as big as saving our next chieftain." The tips of his ears darken, and he shifts uncomfortably on the bed. "I won't be the next chieftain," he mutters. "You'll have a family, and your child will take the role eventually." I watch my nephew avoid my gaze, his fingers tracing patterns on the medicine bowl. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. My chest tightens at his dejected posture. "Help her," Zarast says quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. The commanding tone he used earlier has vanished. "She's raising children that aren't even hers." I run a hand over my face, caught between frustration and something else I can't quite name. "She's a fool," I say, but the words lack their usual edge. The image of her sitting there, tending to those children while her own plate sits untouched, flashes through my mind. Zrost's head snaps up, his amber eyes wide. She's not eating. No. I cross my arms, leaning against the tent post. She gives everything to those children. Even now she sits there making sure they eat while her own food grows cold. My nephew's face hardens with determination, reminding me so much of his father that my chest aches. Then we'll take care of her. The simplicity of his declaration catches me off guard. I raise an eyebrow at him. We? Yes, we. He sets the medicine bowl aside, his jaw set in that stubborn angle I know too well. She saved my life, Uncle, and now she's starving herself to feed children who aren't even hers. That's admirable, I suggest, surprising myself with the word choice. Brave, Zrost corrects me, like an orc. Later that day, I watch her with the children, their small forms huddled against her like a shield. The snow crunches under my boots as I approach, and her head lifts at the sound. Those brown eyes meet mine, wary yet curious. Something wrong? Her voice wavers slightly, but she holds my gaze. My fingers flex against my palms. I have an offer for you. Something that will benefit you and the children. She glances down at the little ones pressed against her sides, then back to me. What kind of offer? Take care of Zrost! The words come out more abruptly than I intended. In exchange, you'll have food for the winter and your own house. No need to share with other humans. Her sharp intake of breath cuts through the winter air. A house? And food for the winter? I give a single nod, keeping my expression neutral despite the way her eyes light up. Is that acceptable? Yes. Yes, of course. The children's squeals of delight pierce my ears. The smallest one, Marnie, tugs at V's sleeve, her face bright with hope. Can we have food for Christmas? V drops to her knees in the snow, cupping the child's face in her hands. Yes, sweetheart. We'll have food for Christmas. My arms cross over my chest, brow furrowing. What's Christmas?
Chapter 9. V. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face as Fazo asks about Christmas. My heart races with excitement. Finally, a chance to share something meaningful from our culture. The children gather closer, their eyes bright with anticipation. Christmas is a human tradition, I explain, leaning forward. My hands move animatedly as I speak. It's about sharing and giving back to others. Fazo's thick brows draw together, creating deep furrows in his forehead. His amber eyes narrow slightly. Sharing what? Food? Weapons? Resources? A laugh bubbles up from my chest before I can stop it. The sound echoes in the space between us, and I notice how his expression shifts, just slightly, at the unexpected sound. Everything, I say, gesturing broadly. It's about kindness and hope. We decorate our homes with pine branches and berries, sing songs about peace and joy, and... I hesitate, but the children's eager faces urge me on. And there's Santa. His expression darkens, muscles tensing in his jaw. Santa? A mythical figure, I explain quickly, trying to keep my voice steady under his intense gaze. He brings gifts to children who've been good throughout the year. Fazo scoffs, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. He shakes his head, and I watch as his hand unconsciously moves to rest on the hilt of his axe, a gesture I've noticed he makes when he's dismissive of something. Humans make up stories to fool children into behaving, he says, his voice gruff with disapproval. My smile falters for a moment as I absorb his dismissal of Christmas, but I won't let his skepticism dampen my spirits. The children press closer to me, their small hands clutching at my skirts, and their presence gives me courage. Maybe, I say, touching the wooden charm around my neck, a gift from Tommy last winter. But it brings joy, and joy can keep people going through hard times. Fazo's amber eyes fix on me with an intensity that makes my chest tighten. His gaze travels from my face to the children huddled around me, then back again. The winter wind whips at his cloak, but he stands unmoved, like a mountain considering a sapling. "You're an idiot," he declares, but something in his tone makes me pause. There's a warmth there, buried beneath the gruffness, like embers hidden under ash. "But I see your point." I open my mouth to respond, though I'm not sure if I want to thank him or defend myself, when heavy footsteps crunch through the snow behind him. "Fazo!" Ululu's deep voice cuts through the moment. "We need you." Without another word, Fazo turns and strides away, his broad shoulders disappearing into the swirling snow. I watch him go, still feeling the weight of his gaze, still trying to understand the meaning behind that almost gentle insult. I gather the children close as we make our way to the healer's tent, their small boots crunching in the snow. Tommy holds little Tam's hand, helping him navigate the slippery path. The old orc healer meets us at the entrance, his weathered face creasing as he looks down at us. "The boy, Zrast, is waiting for you," he says, his voice rough like stone on stone. I glance at my brood, hesitating. Can they come with me? The healer shrugs his massive shoulders. "If you wish." Inside, the tent smells of herbs and warmth. Zrast sits upright on his cot, his fingers twisting in the blanket. His eyes widen when he sees us, darting between me and the children clustered behind me. "Hi," I say, moving closer. "How are you feeling?" Zrast's gaze keeps returning to the children, who peek around me with undisguised curiosity. His fingers continue their restless dance on the blanket. "Better," he mumbles, then adds, "Are they your nephews and nieces?" Mari steps forward, bold as always. "She takes care of us. I'm Mari." "Oh." Zrast shifts on the cot, wincing slightly. "I'm Zrast." "We know," Pip pipes up. "You're the chief's nephew." My heart melts as little Tam toddles forward, his tiny frame dwarfed by Zrast's muscular build. My fingers twitch, ready to snatch him back, but something in Zrast's expression stops me. The young orc's eyes widen with wonder as Tam extends his small hand. "Hi," Tam chirps, completely unfazed by the size difference between them. I watch, breath caught in my throat, as Zrast carefully reaches down. His large hands hover uncertainly before gently lifting Tam. The contrast is striking, my smallest charge cradled in the hands of an orc child who could easily crush him. "You're small," Zrast murmurs, studying Tam with fascination. His grip is delicate, as if handling a fragile piece of glass. Tam giggles, swinging his legs in the air. "I'm Tam," he announces proudly, then adds with the matter-of-fact tone only a child can master. "But everyone calls me Little Tam." Mari steps forward, her chin lifted with the confidence of her 11 years. "I'm the oldest," she declares, then points to each child in turn. "That's Pip. He's 7 and thinks he knows everything. And that's—" "I can introduce myself," Pip interrupts, bouncing on his toes. "I'm going to be a warrior someday." Zrast's eyes light up at this. "Really? My uncle's teaching me to fight with an axe." "You should be friends," I say, watching the tension ease from Zrast's shoulders. My fingers absently trace the wooden charm around my neck, a habit I've developed when I'm pleased. Little Tam, still perched in Zrast's careful grip, reaches out to touch one of the orc boy's small tusks. "Pretty," he declares with childish sincerity. A blush darkens Zrast's green skin. "They're not pretty. They're supposed to be fierce." "Can be both," Tam says with the absolute certainty only a 5-year-old can muster. Mari settles on the edge of Zrast's cot, already launching into a story about the time Pip tried to catch a rabbit and ended up face first in a snowbank. Pip protests, but he's grinning, and soon all 6 children are trading tales and giggling. I lean against the tent pole, my chest tight with an emotion I haven't felt in months. The sound of their laughter mingles with the winter wind outside, creating a melody sweeter than any festival song. Here, in this moment, watching human and orc children bridge a gap adults have struggled with for generations, I feel it. Real, tangible hope, warm as summer sunshine.
Chapter 10. Fazo. I slam my fist into the training dummy again, feeling the leather give beneath my knuckles. The rhythmic impact drowns out the thoughts that have been plaguing me since this morning. That human woman, V, with her foolish talk of Christmas and hope. Her smile when she spoke of it, bright enough to rival the sun itself. Another punch. The leather splits slightly under my assault. Stupid, I mutter, though I'm not sure if I'm referring to her or myself. The sun sinks lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The other warriors left hours ago, but I can't bring myself to stop. Not when every moment of stillness brings her face to mind. My breath comes in harsh pants now, sweat trickling down my back despite the winter chill. Finally, I step back from the dummy, my knuckles raw and throbbing. The walk home feels longer than usual. Crickets chirp in the darkness, their song usually a comfort after a long day of training. But tonight, something feels wrong. The air itself seems charged with an unfamiliar energy. My home comes into view, firelight dancing in the windows. The sight should ease the tension in my shoulders. It always has before. Instead, my stomach knots tighter. Something's different. Something's changed. I flex my aching hands, trying to shake off this strange feeling. Perhaps I've trained too hard. Perhaps I'm just tired. But deep down, I know that's not it. I pause at my doorstep, the sound of laughter stopping me cold. My hand hovers over the handle as high-pitched giggles filter through the thick wood. Something is wrong. My house has never known such sounds. It's a place of silence and contemplation, not whatever this is. Pushing open the door, I'm greeted by a sight that makes me question my sanity. There's Zrast, my perpetually brooding nephew, sitting cross-legged on the floor. But he's not alone. The human children cluster around him like moths to flame, their small hands tugging at his sleeves while he laughs. And then the wolf just ran away, Zurast's telling them, gesturing wildly, like a scared puppy. Did it really? The smallest human bounces on his knees. Well, maybe Miss V helped a little, Zurast admits, scratching below his little tusk. I stand frozen in my own doorway, the scent of unfamiliar spices tickling my nose. My home, my sanctuary, has transformed into something I barely recognize. Children's drawings litter the usually bare walls, and tiny boots are lined up neatly by the door. "You're home, Uncle," Zurast says, his voice carrying a lightness I haven't heard since he was much younger. They've been keeping me company. I open my mouth to respond, to demand an explanation for this invasion, when another voice cuts through my thoughts. "You're just in time." V emerges from my kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon like a scepter. There's a streak of white powder across her cheek that catches the firelight. I made dinner. My kitchen. She's been in my kitchen. The thought strikes me harder than any battle axe. I cross my arms trying to process this domestic assault on my home. The children sprawled across my floor, don't even flinch at my presence, a fact that both irritates and oddly pleases me. "What are you doing in my house?" The words come out gruffer than intended. "Cooking," she replies simply, as if invading a chieftain's home is the most natural thing in the world. "Zurast mentioned you usually skip meals after training." I shoot my nephew a betrayed look. He just shrugs, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I stare at my dining table, transformed by the neat place settings and steaming bowls. The scent hits me, rich, savory, and completely foreign to my home. My stomach betrays me with a low growl. You cooked? The words scratch out of my throat. In all my years as chieftain, no one has dared to commandeer my kitchen. V waves the wooden spoon dismissively, that infuriating smile playing at her lips. Don't sound so surprised. It's just human food. I take a step closer, drawn by the aroma despite myself. The steam carries hints of herbs I don't recognize, making my mouth water traitorously. Zarast lounges against the wall, looking far too pleased with himself. She insisted, he says, gesturing to the table with an exaggerated flourish. Thought it'd be easier for her to take care of my injury here. More convenient for everyone. I stare at the bowl, steam curling up to caress my face. The aroma is foreign yet enticing. Herbs I've never encountered mingling with familiar spices. My home hasn't smelled like this since, well, ever. It's venison stew, V explains, wiping her hands on a cloth. With winter herbs I gathered. The children helped prepare the vegetables. Did they now? I glance at the little ones, still clustered around Zarast like ducklings around their mother. The smallest one, little Tam, I think, beams at me with pride. I peeled the carrots, he announces. After dropping half of them on the floor, one of the older children adds with a snicker. My lips twitch, threatening to curve into a smile. I force them straight again. And you thought my kitchen was the best place for this experiment? Well, V says, ladling stew into bowls for the children. Your house is closest to the healer's tent, and Zarast needs regular attention for that wound. She's efficient, I'll give her that. Moving around my kitchen like she owns it, serving the children with practiced ease. Even Zarast accepts his bowl without his usual sullen look. Try it, she urges, those warm brown eyes fixed on me. Before it gets cold. I lift the spoon to my mouth, the steam curling around my face. The aroma alone makes my stomach clench with hunger, but I maintain my composure. A chieftain doesn't show eagerness over mere stew. The first taste hits my tongue, and I stop mid-motion. The flavors dance across my palate, rich, complex, but nothing like the basic fare I'm used to. The meat practically melts, and there's an underlying sweetness I can't place. Well? V leans forward, her hands clasped together. That smudge of flour still marks her cheek, catching the firelight. Is it terrible? My jaw tightens. I should dismiss it, maintain my dignity. But those warm brown eyes fix on me, waiting, hoping. Something in my chest shifts uncomfortably. It's acceptable, I manage, focusing on my bowl. Her laugh catches me off guard, light and musical, like wind chimes in spring. I'll take that as a yes. The meal continues, and I find myself caught in a strange fog. Zarast watches us both, his eyes darting between us with an expression I can't quite read. The children's chatter fills every corner of my usually silent home, their voices rising and falling like waves. But it's V who draws my attention, the gentle way she wipes little Tam's face with her sleeve, how her fingers brush through Sarah's tangled hair, working out the knots with infinite patience. The soft curve of her smile as she listens to their endless stories. Later, after the orphans have been tucked into a spare bed, I sit on my porch, the familiar rhythm of stone against steel grounding me. The night air bites at my exposed skin, but I barely notice. My mind keeps drifting back to the chaos that's invaded my home, the laughter, the mess, the warmth. Footsteps approach, light, hesitant. I know it's her before she speaks. You're still out here? I keep my eyes on my blade. What do you want? The wooden boards creak as she steps closer. A sweet, unfamiliar scent wafts toward me. I found this, she says. Hot chocolate. It was tucked away with some other things. Thought you might like it. Her fingers brush mine as I take the mug, sending an unexpected jolt through my arm. The drink smells rich, inviting. I take a careful sip and the flavor catches me off guard. Sweet, complex, nothing like our usual drinks. It's good, I admit before I can stop myself. Thank you for helping us, for letting us stay. I set the mug down harder than necessary. It wasn't my idea. Zoroast wanted it. I know. Her voice drops to barely a whisper. But you didn't have to agree. And you did. So, thank you. The silence stretches between us, heavy with things I don't want to name. I focus on my blade, but her presence lingers like smoke. Zoroast's healing quickly, she says. It's incredible. All orcs heal fast. I keep my tone sharp, but it'll still take time. I glance up, catching a flicker of something in her eyes. Concern? Why does that make my chest tighten? It'll be a while before he's back to full strength, I add, the words tumbling out unbidden. Her smile is soft in the moonlight. Good. That means I'll be around a little longer. Something shifts in my chest, uncomfortable and foreign. When did I start caring about? Fazo, wolves near the border! I stand, gripping my blade. There'll be meat by morning! I stride past her, refusing to look back. Each step takes me closer to the border, but my thoughts stay tangled in her smile, her words, her presence in my home.
Chapter 11. V. I hum softly as I gather the last of the children's clothes, satisfaction warming my chest. The past week has been a whirlwind of activity, tending to Zoroast's wounds, cooking meals, keeping the children entertained. But seeing them all flourish makes every moment worth it. Just 3 more weeks until Christmas, I whisper to myself, tucking the clothes into my basket. The thought of having enough food for a proper celebration makes my heart soar. The river beckons, its gentle rushing a familiar comfort as I make my way down the worn path. The children's clothes need washing, and the morning air is crisp but not unbearable. I round the bend, already planning which herbs to gather on my way back, when I freeze. There, in the shallows of the river, stands Fazo. Water cascades down his broad back, catching the morning light. His dark hair clings to his neck, droplets trailing down the defined muscles of his shoulders. The massive scar across his chest gleams silver white against his green skin. He hasn't noticed me yet, too focused on washing the dirt from his arms. My breath catches in my throat. I should leave. I should turn around and come back later. But my feet won't move. He dips beneath the surface, and when he emerges, water sluices down the side of his face, his usually fierce expression softened by the simple act of bathing. His tusks catch the sunlight as he tilts his head back, eyes closed. I whirl around, pressing my back against the rough bark of the tree. My heart pounds against my ribs as heat floods my cheeks. This is different from our nightly dinners, where his presence fills the room but remains safely clothed and proper. The sound of water splashing draws my gaze back despite my better judgment. Through the leaves, I watch him wade deeper into the river. Sunlight catches on the droplets trailing down his broad back, highlighting the subtle shift of muscles beneath green skin. That scar. I've treated enough wounds to know it must have been a devastating blow, yet he survived. He saved 3 human children last night, I whisper to myself, remembering how he'd returned from patrol, exhausted but satisfied. He'd brushed off their parents' gratitude with a grunt, but I saw how his eyes softened when the smallest girl hugged his leg. My fingers trace the rough bark as I lean slightly forward for a better view. He moves with such fluid grace for someone so massive. Each motion ripples through his shoulders and arms that can swing a battle axe or gently lift little Tam when the boy falls asleep at dinner. The morning breeze carries his deep voice. He's humming something, probably one of the Orcish songs Zras teaches the children. I should leave, should stop watching, but I'm transfixed by this unguarded moment. Here, away from his duties and responsibilities, he seems lighter, more himself. My breath catches as I watch him. I've had my share of curious encounters with men, fleeting moments of attraction that never amounted to anything real. But this is different. The way his muscles flex beneath wet skin, how his tusks catch the morning light. I want to trace that scar across his chest, feel the texture beneath my fingertips. The basket slips from my grasp. Children's clothes scatter across the ground with a soft thump. Fazo whirls around, water droplets flying from his hair. Who's there? Show yourself. Heat floods my cheeks as I step out from behind the tree, keeping my eyes fixed on the scattered clothes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just need to wash these. V! The water splashes as he rises. It's fine. But why are you doing this yourself? The servants handle washing. I bend down to gather the clothes, sneaking a glance at him before quickly looking away again. My fingers fumble with a small tunic. I prefer to do it myself. The children's clothes need special care. Is there something wrong with me? His voice carries a hint of amusement. You won't look at me. No, nothing's wrong. My hands twist in the fabric. You're not exactly dressed. Ah. He chuckles, the sound deep and rich. Does my form offend you? Not exactly, I mutter, then clap a hand over my mouth, mortified. I twist the fabric in my hands, willing my racing heart to slow. I'm not used to seeing men, or, orcs, without... My voice trails off as I gesture vaguely at his chest. Fazo scoffs, water droplets sliding down his shoulders. Orcs don't care about clothes. We could walk around naked and think nothing of it. Before I can process his words, he stands up. My eyes widen as water cascades down his body. I spin around so fast I nearly drop the clothes again. Oh gods! His deep chuckle echoes across the water. Relax, I'm going back in. The splash of water confirms his words. I need to bathe properly, meeting with other clans today. You can wash on that side. Right. I kneel by the river's edge, keeping my back firmly turned. My fingers tremble as I dip the first tunic into the cool water. Why is my pulse still racing? The memory of water trailing down his muscled chest flashes through my mind. I shake my head, trying to clear it. This is ridiculous. I'm just grateful for his help, that's all. It has nothing to do with how his wet hair clung to his neck, or how his eyes caught the morning light. How are you finding the house? His voice breaks through my thoughts. The clan treating you well? I focus intently on scrubbing a stubborn stain. Yes, everyone's been... kind. Surprisingly kind. Surprisingly? Well, I didn't expect... I pause, searching for the right words. I mean, orcs have a certain reputation among humans. For being savage brutes. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. He sighs. How are the others treating you? I focus on scrubbing the clothes, letting the rhythmic motion calm my racing pulse. The orcs have been surprisingly kind, actually. Ululu showed me where to find the best herbs, and the kitchen staff always save extra bread for the children. Water splashes behind me. And the warriors. They're not nearly as frightening as humans make them out to be. I wring out a small shirt. Sometimes humans can be far more cruel. His voice deepens, an edge creeping in. Has someone hurt you? No, nothing like that. I dip another garment in the cool water. Just the usual friction. People don't understand why I took in the children. The water stirs. It's natural for there to be tension. but you should learn to protect yourself and them. I hear him rise from the water, his footsteps heavy on the riverbank. My shoulders tense as he approaches, but I keep my eyes fixed on my work. When I have time between duties, he says, his voice closer now, I'll teach you some defensive moves. Basic things that could save your life. My head snaps up in surprise, but he's already walking away, water trailing down his back. The morning sun catches on his scar, and my breath catches. How strange, I think, watching him disappear into the trees. Who would have thought an Orc Chieftain could be so considerate? My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 12. Fazo. I scan the gathering of clan leaders, my fingers drumming against the worn leather of my belt. The meeting hall's thick stone walls trap the heat from dozens of orc bodies, making the air heavy with the scent of leather and steel. A booming laugh cuts through the tense atmosphere like an axe through wood. Grak, always making an entrance. Brother! His voice echoes off the walls as he strides in, his massive frame blocking the torchlight. Hope we haven't missed all the fun. We? I shift my stance, noting the warrior beside him. Female, tall even for an orc, with armor that speaks of both status and combat experience. Her eyes meet mine, and there's a challenge in that gaze that sets my teeth on edge. Grak's meaty hand slaps my shoulder with enough force to stagger a lesser orc. Fazo, meet my blood. Pride drips from every word. This is Mayag. Strong as steel and twice as sharp. She steps forward, her armor catching the firelight. The smirk playing at her lips reminds me of a wolf sizing up prey. So this is the famous Fazo, she says, her voice carrying just enough mockery to raise my hackles. The chieftain who keeps humans as pets. I keep my expression neutral, though my jaw tightens. We all have our methods of maintaining peace, Mayag. Some of us prefer strategy over brute force. Her smirk widens, and some of us haven't gone soft. I clench my jaw at Mayag's words, the taste of iron filling my mouth as I bite back a retort. Her sneer reminds me of every traditionalist elder who's questioned my methods. But it's not her judgment that bothers me. It's the unbidden image of V that floods my mind. The way she tends to Zrast's wounds with those small, careful hands. How she manages to make 5 children and my stubborn nephew laugh at once. I shake my head, banishing thoughts of warm brown eyes and gentle smiles. We'll see soon enough. My voice carries across the hall, cutting through the murmurs of the gathered chieftains. Turning away from Mayag's challenging stare, I address the room. The arena is ready. You'll see the strength of my warriors there. The crowd's roar hits me like a physical force as we enter the arena. The familiar scent of sand and sweat fills my nostrils as 2 warriors clash in the ring, their weapons creating sparks in the winter air. My gaze drifts to the stands, searching without meaning to. There, Zarast sits with V and the children, his usual scowl replaced by something almost like contentment. Little Tam perches on Ululu's broad shoulders, tiny fists pumping in the air. Go, go, go! Tam's high-pitched voice carries over the crowd's din, and something in my chest tightens at the sight. I watch Ululu lift Tam onto his shoulders, the sight stirring something unfamiliar in my chest. My warriors have adapted to the children's presence faster than expected. Even the most hardened among them crack smiles when the little ones scamper past. A few traditionalists still scowl, their disapproval clear in their narrowed eyes. But none dare voice it, not with Zarast nearby. My nephew's protective stance beside V speaks volumes. Chieftain Fazo! Aolus's gravelly voice pulls my attention away. He jerks his chin toward the stands. That human female. I follow his gaze to where V sits, her hands clasped in her lap as she watches the matches. The winter sun catches her hair, turning it to molten copper. If I win in the arena, Aulus continues, his lips curling into an ugly sneer, I want her as my prize. My fingers twitch toward my axe. The metal seems to burn against my back. Aulus strides toward the stage, his voice carrying across the arena. She'll warm my bed, scream my name. He laughs, the sound like stones grinding together. I'll break her like the soft little thing she is. Blood rushes in my ears. My vision narrows to a point, and I taste copper on my tongue. The rage building in my chest is different from battle fury. It's colder, sharper. I watch pride and anger war on Zarast's face as he plants himself in front of V. My nephew's shoulders are squared, his stance protective despite his smaller size. The sight stirs something in my chest, both pride at his courage and fury at the situation that demands it. What do you think you're doing? Zarast's voice carries across the arena, steady despite his youth. Aeolus throws his head back and laughs, the sound grating against my ears. Look at this, a pup trying to play protector. His eyes slide past Zarast to V. Step aside, boy. Your uncle's gone soft, keeping human pets. Time someone showed them their place. The crowd's murmurs grow louder, anticipation thick in the air. I feel the weight of dozens of eyes, some eager for blood, others uncertain where their loyalties should lie. My chieftain's coat feels too heavy suddenly, too constraining. I shrug it off, letting it fall to the packed earth. The leather of my boots creaks as I step into the arena, sand crunching beneath my feet. Enough! Just one word, but it carries the weight of my position, my authority. The crowd falls silent, the tension electric. Aulus! I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar weight of my axe against my back. You want to prove something? Fine, but you don't fight my men. My fingers wrap around the axe handle, the worn leather grip familiar and comforting. You fight me. The arena holds its breath. Even Aeolus's smirk falters for a moment. Let's give them a real show. The crowd's roar washes over me like a battle cry. I test the weight of the blunt axe in my hand, heavier than my usual weapon, but it'll do. The familiar leather grip centers me, grounds me in this moment. Watch closely, I call out, my voice carrying over the din. This is what happens when someone forgets their place. Aulus circles me like a predator, but his stance betrays his nerves. His eyes dart between me and the crowd, searching for support that isn't there. Big words from a chief who coddles humans, he spits. I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar stretch of muscle and scar tissue. Every human under my protection is mine. The words come out as a growl, deeper than I intended. If you want her, you'll have to take her from me. The arena falls silent, the kind of silence that precedes bloodshed. From the corner of my eye, I catch V's expression, a mix of surprise and something else I can't quite name. but I don't have time to dwell on it. Aeolus is already moving, his axe cutting through the air where my head was a moment ago. The dance begins. Chapter 13. Fazo. Metal shrieks against metal as our weapons collide. The impact reverberates through my arms, but I hold steady. Years of combat have taught me to channel force rather than merely absorb it. Getting tired, Fazo? Aeolus pants, his strikes growing wilder. Sweat gleams on his tusks. I don't waste breath on replies. Each of my movements is deliberate, calculated. He telegraphs his next swing. Amateur mistake. I step inside his guard, but he recovers faster than expected. His warhammer catches me in the ribs. Pain explodes through my side, and the crowd gasps. The blow would have crushed a human's ribcage. Even for an orc, it's enough to make breathing difficult. Something snaps inside me. Not bone. Something deeper, more primal, like an ancient beast finally breaking free of its chains. The careful restraint I've maintained through years of leadership and diplomacy dissolves like snow in summer, leaving only raw instinct behind. My axe, crafted by my own hands and faithful through countless battles, feels wrong in my grip now. Too civilized, too controlled, too much a symbol of my position as chieftain. I toss it aside without hesitation, the weapon landing with a dull thud in the arena's blood-flecked sand. What's this? Aeolus sneers, tusks gleaming with sweat and spittle. Finally admitting death. I cut him off with a roar that silences the arena, a sound that comes from somewhere deep and savage within my chest. My shoulder connects with his chest like a battering ram, driving him backward with all the fury of my ancestors. The impact knocks his warhammer from his grip, sending it spinning across the sand. My fists find their mark with brutal precision. Jaw, temple, throat. Each impact sends shockwaves up my arms, the familiar sensation of flesh yielding to force. Blood sprays from his split lip, staining the sand crimson, each droplet a testament to my unleashed rage. Still want to talk about breaking things? I growl between strikes, my voice barely recognizable even to myself. The crowd's cheers fade to white noise. There's only the fight now, only the satisfying crunch of knuckle against bone. Aeolus tries to block, but his movements are sluggish, uncoordinated. This isn't about politics anymore. This isn't even about V. This is about power, about respect, about teaching a lesson that won't soon be forgotten. My fist connects with Aeolus's jaw. The impact sends tremors up my arm, but I barely notice. Blood sprays from his mouth, staining the arena sand. The metallic scent fills my nostrils, feeding the rage burning in my chest. Not so eager to claim prizes now. I growl, ducking under his wild swing. The movement is as natural as breathing, honed through countless battles and training sessions. His response is a wordless roar. He charges like a wounded bear, all technique abandoned. Amateur. I sidestep with practiced ease, driving my elbow into his kidney with enough force to rupture. The crowd gasps as he stumbles, their collective intake of breath like wind through winter trees. You want to break things? My knuckles find his ribs, seeking vulnerable spots between bones. Something cracks beneath my fist with a sound like green wood splitting. Let's break things. He tries to grapple, but his movements are sluggish, desperate. The fool telegraphs every attempt. I slam my forehead into his nose, feeling the cartilage give way beneath my skull. The crunch is satisfying, primal, awakening something ancient in my blood. Blood flows freely down his face, painting his features in war colors. The thing about breaking, I say, landing another blow to his jaw that makes his head snap back like a puppet with cut strings, is knowing what's worth breaking. Each word punctuates the violence, a lesson written in bruises and blood. His legs buckle. I grab his throat, lifting him off his feet. His eyes bulge as he claws at my arm. A chieftain should know better. I throw him down. The impact kicks up dust. Should respect boundaries. He tries to rise. I plant my boot on his chest, pressing just hard enough to make breathing difficult. Stay down, I command. He spits blood and teeth onto the sand. I yield. The arena falls silent, the only sound our ragged breathing and the whisper of wind through the stands. I stand tall, blood dripping from my knuckles onto the arena sand. The metallic scent mingles with sweat and dust as I throw my head back, letting out a victory roar that echoes through the stands. The crowd responds with thunderous cheers, but I barely hear them. My eyes find her in the crowd. V stands at the barrier, her hands gripping the wooden railing. Her chestnut hair has come loose from its usual neat braid, wisps framing her face like a wild halo. The winter wind has painted her cheeks pink, and those light freckles across her nose stand out against her flushed skin. Her practical tunic is rumpled, probably from holding the children back during the fight. But it's her eyes that catch me. Those warm brown eyes are wide, filled with something I've never seen directed at me before. Not fear, not the usual cautious respect. No, she's looking at me like I'm everything. Like I'm the answer to every prayer she's ever whispered. Her lips are slightly parted and she's forgotten to breathe. The wooden charm around her neck catches the light as her chest finally rises with a shaky breath. Her knuckles are white against the railing, but she doesn't look away. Not even when little Tom tugs at her skirt, not when Zarast puts a steadying hand on her shoulder. Something shifts in my chest, an unfamiliar warmth that has nothing to do with the exertion of the fight.
Chapter 14. V. The clinic door creaks open, and my heart stops at the sight of Fazo's massive frame filling the entrance. Blood trickles down his chest, mixing with sweat. His normally proud stance wavers as he limps forward, one hand pressed against his side where Aeolus's hammer struck. "You shouldn't have thrown away your weapon," I say, rushing to his side. My fingers tremble as I reach for the herbs and bandages. He grunts, lowering himself onto the cot. It felt better using my fists. The healer glances over from where he's tending to Aeolus. That one needs more attention than him. "I'll take care of him," I say softly, already assessing Fazo's wounds. The healer nods and returns to his work. "Your hands," I whisper, taking in his split knuckles. The skin is raw and bleeding, bits of Aeolus's armour embedded in the wounds. "This will hurt." "Do what you must." His amber eyes fix on me, intense despite his injuries. I dip a cloth in warm water and begin cleaning his wounds. His muscles tense under my touch, but he doesn't pull away. My heart races at our proximity, at the heat radiating from his skin. "You fought like that because of what he said about me." The question slips out before I can stop it. His jaw tightens. No one threatens what's mine to protect. The possessiveness in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. I focus on rapping his knuckles, afraid he'll see the blush creeping across my cheeks. My fingers tremble as I finish wrapping his wounds. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice barely audible over the crackle of the clinic's hearth. "No one's ever stood up for me like that." Fazo shifts on the cot, his massive frame making the wood creak. His amber eyes study me with that intensity that always makes my heart skip. "What's a gift?" "Oh." I blink, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. "It's something you give to someone else. During Christmas, we exchange gifts to show we care." "Exchange?" His brow furrows as he flexes his bandaged hands. "Like trading?" No. I shake my head, smiling despite myself. "You give without expecting anything in return. It's about making others happy." He grunts, clearly puzzled by the concept. Sounds wasteful. "It's not about waste." I gather the bloody cloths, trying to find the right words. "It's about bringing joy, like when you see the children smile after giving them a small treat." His expression shifts slightly at the mention of the children. And this requires decorations? Well, yes, we make everything beautiful and festive. I hesitate, then add, actually, I was wondering if I could decorate your home, since we're staying there now. Fazo stares at me for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then he shrugs, wincing slightly at the movement. Do what you want. I gather the bloody bandages, my fingers still tingling from where they brushed against his skin. I should let you rest. His hand catches my wrist, the warmth of his touch sending electricity through my veins. I freeze, caught in his amber gaze as he pulls me back. Is that all I am to you? A benefactor? His voice drops low, almost a growl. My cheeks burn. The question catches me off guard, making my heart race. All these days of shared meals, quiet conversations, watching him with the children. I don't know. He tugs me closer. My breath catches as his massive frame towers over mine. His free hand cups my face, surprisingly gentle for someone who just brutalized another chieftain. His tusks graze my cheek as he leans in, and then his lips find mine. The kiss starts soft, tentative, as if he's afraid I'll break. But when I lean into him, it deepens. His bandaged hands slide down my sides, exploring my frame with a reverence that makes me tremble. You're so soft, he murmurs against my lips, his breath warm on my skin. So warm. My fingers curl into his chest, feeling the strong beat of his heart beneath my palm. The scent of herbs and battle clings to him, and I find myself drowning in it. A sharp cough breaks through the haze of the moment. I'm ready to tend to you, chieftain, the healer says, his gravelly voice cutting through the silence. I jerk away from Fazo as if burned, nearly knocking over the bowl of herbs. My face flames as I stumble backward, almost tripping over my own feet. I should. The children. The words tumble out, nonsensical. Without looking back, I flee the clinic, my heart thundering in my chest. The cold winter air hits my face as I burst outside, but it does nothing to cool the heat in my cheeks. My legs carry me to the nearest tree, and I lean against its rough bark, trying to catch my breath. My fingers drift to my lips, still tingling from his kiss. The ghost of his touch lingers on my skin, and I can't stop the shiver that runs through me. His scent clings to my clothes, leather and pine and something uniquely him. Oh no, I whisper to the empty forest. Oh no, no, no. But there's no denying it. The way my heart races when he's near, how I catch myself watching him with the children, the warmth that spreads through me when he smiles. I like him. I really, really like him. What am I going to do? I ask the silent trees, but they offer no answers. Chapter 15. V. The children's laughter mingles with the deeper chuckles of orcs as we hang wreaths made from pine branches. My hands are sticky with sap, but I can't stop smiling at the way the settlement has transformed. Like this. Grunda, one of the orc women, holds up a slightly lopsided wreath. Perfect! I adjust a few branches. The imperfections make it special. Pip toddles past, his arms full of pine cones we've painted with berry juice. Sarah trails behind him, making sure he doesn't trip. Miss V, Ulma, another orc woman, calls from the communal kitchen. The bread is rising strange. I dust off my hands and hurry over. The kitchen is warm and fragrant, filled with curious orc women learning to bake. Let me see. It's all puffy. Ulma pokes at the dough with one thick finger. That's exactly how it should be. I demonstrate how to punch it down. The yeast makes it rise. It's alive in a way. Alive? Several women lean in closer, fascinated. Human magic, Grunda declares, but she's grinning. My chest feels warm despite the winter chill. 3 days ago, these women barely spoke to me. Now they crowd around, eager to learn about cookies and bread and festive treats. When will the chief return? Ulma asks as she kneads her dough. My hands falter for a moment. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Fazo since the kiss. Every time I think about it, my face heats up. He'll be back, Grunda says confidently. The rebels don't stand a chance against our warriors. I nod, trying to focus on teaching them how to shape the dough into stars. But my mind keeps drifting to amber eyes and gentle hands, and I find myself glancing toward the settlement gates more often than I'd like to admit. My smile fades as I spot Marina and Thomas, my old friends from the human settlement, hurrying past with arms full of firewood. Their eyes slide over me as if I'm invisible. Marina! Thomas! I step forward, reaching out. Marina flinches away. Thomas's jaw tightens. Traitor, he mutters, just loud enough for me to hear. The word stings like a slap. Before I can respond, the healer's voice cuts through the air. The warriors are back! My heart leaps into my throat as I run toward the gates. Wounded orcs stream in, some limping, others carried by their comrades. Blood stains the snow crimson. Fazo! I call out, scanning the faces. Has anyone seen Fazo? No answer. My hands shake as I help bandage a warrior's arm. Please, I whisper. Where is your chieftain? Finally, I spot Gresh slumped against a wall, his armour dented and bloody. I rush to his side, kneeling beside him. Gresh, where is he? He coughs, grimacing. Ambush, in the ravine. Lost sight of him when the arrows started flying. What do you mean, lost sight of him? My voice rises. He was with you, wasn't he? Smoke bombs. Gresh pants. Orcs everywhere. Last I saw, he was fighting 3 at once. The world spins around me. I press my palm against the rough stone wall to steady myself. The ravine, I whisper. Which direction? Gresh grabs my arm. Don't even think about it, lady. He'll have my head if I let you go after him. He winces and mutters, at least what's left of it. It feels like hours pass. Maybe they do. It's a blur to try to help tend to the wounds of the warriors when my throat is constricted with fear. Where is he? The gates creak open and my heart stops. Fazo staggers in, his armour shredded and caked with blood. His eyes find mine through the crowd. V. My name leaves his lips like a prayer before his massive frame crumples to the ground. Help! I sprint forward, my voice cracking. Someone help me get him inside. 3 orcs rush forward, lifting their chieftain with practiced ease. Blood trails behind them as they carry him to the longhouse. My hands shake as I help the healer strip away his ruined armour. Get me clean bandages, the healer barks, and my herbs. I work quickly, cleaning wounds and applying poultices. The gash across his chest is deep, still oozing. My fingers brush his skin, and it's cold. Too cold. Stay with me, I whisper, pressing harder on the wound. Please stay with me. Hours blur together as we work. Finally, his breathing steadies, though his skin burns with fever. I'm wiping his brow when his eyes snap open, wild and unfocused. Before I can react, he lunges forward. His hand wraps around my throat as he slams me against the wall. My feet barely touch the ground. Fazo! I gasp, clawing at his fingers. Fear floods my veins as his grip tightens. Stop! You're hurting me! Recognition flashes in Fazo's amber eyes. His grip loosens instantly, and I gasp as he pulls me into his lap. The sudden change makes my head spin. One moment I'm dangling against the wall, the next I'm cradled against his chest. His skin burns with fever, but his arms are steady around me. I try to shift away, my throat still aching, but he holds me closer, His heartbeat thunders against my palm. I thought... His voice cracks, raw and vulnerable. I thought I wouldn't come back. His fingers trace my jaw where bruises will likely form. But I'm here. With you. My breath catches as our eyes meet. The fierce warrior is gone, replaced by something softer, almost desperate. His thumb brushes my lower lip, and I shiver. Fazo, you need to rest. He cuts me off with a kiss, his lips rough but impossibly gentle. The contrast sends sparks down my spine. I melt against him, my fingers curling into his hair as his arm tightens around my waist. The kiss deepens, and I forget about his wounds, about my fears, about everything except the way he holds me like I'm something precious. My heart pounds so hard I wonder if he can feel it. His hands circle my waist effortlessly, bringing me closer, and I can't help but let out a moan at the sensation. What am I doing?
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 16. Fazo. The warmth of her body seeps through my skin, igniting something primal within me. My hands dwarf her waist as I steady her, feeling the rapid flutter of her pulse beneath my palms. "You're trembling," I murmur, my voice rough with desire. The firelight dances across her features, highlighting the delicate arch of her cheekbones, the gentle curve of her lips. Her fingers trace the scar on my chest, hesitant yet curious. "I've never... not with someone like you." A low chuckle rumbles in my throat. Someone like me? So... large. Her cheeks flush deeper, and she ducks her head. "I don't want to disappoint you." My hand cups her chin, tilting her face up to meet my gaze. The fear in her eyes mingles with trust, desire, and something else. Something that makes my chest tighten. "Fee," I growl softly, drawing her closer. "You could never disappoint me." Her breath hitches as she shifts against me, her small frame a stark contrast to my battle-hardened body. The size difference between us should give me pause, make me reconsider, but it only fuels my need to protect her, to cherish her. I reach up, and in one swift yank strip her of her clothes. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 17. V. Sunlight filters through the frost-covered window, casting a soft glow across the room. I stir slowly, my body pleasantly sore from the night before. Fazo's massive frame surrounds me like a living fortress, his arm draped possessively across my waist. His skin radiates warmth against my back, chasing away the morning chill. I shift carefully, turning to face him. In sleep, his features soften, the usual stern set of his jaw relaxed. His chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm, the long scar across it catching the early light. My fingers trace the edge of it lightly, marvelling at how different he looks without his usual intensity. "You're beautiful," I whisper, the words barely audible. My heart swells with an emotion I'm not ready to name. I lean up, pressing my lips softly against his. He stirs slightly, a deep rumble vibrating through his chest, but his eyes remain closed. His arm tightens around me instinctively, pulling me closer. I slip from beneath Fazo's arm, wrapping one of his thick blankets around my shoulders. The fur-lined fabric drowns me, but its warmth is welcome against the morning chill. My bare feet pad quietly across the wooden floor as I make my way to the kitchen. Through the window, the sky is just beginning to wake, painted in soft blues and pinks. The snow outside sparkles like crushed diamonds in the early light. As I work, a melody rises to my lips, an old lullaby my mother used to sing. The kitchen soon fills with the aroma of warmed bread and spiced meat. "Miss V?" Pip's sleepy voice carries from the doorway. "Something smells good." "Good morning, sweetheart." I turn to find all 5 children standing there, hair tousled from sleep. "Come on, let's get you dressed first." I help them into the winter clothes I'd sewn last week, thick wool lined with soft fur scraps the Orc women had given me. "It's too tight," Pip complains, squirming as I wrap his scarf around his neck. "Stop wiggling," I laugh, tucking the ends in. "You'll catch cold without it." "But it's itchy." "Would you rather have a cold nose?" I tap his nose playfully, and he giggles despite himself. The others crowd around the table, their excited chatter filling the room as I serve breakfast. The morning light streams through the windows now, catching the frost patterns on the glass. Soon enough, the children burst through the door, their boots leaving wet trails on the wooden floor. I can't help but smile as they race outside, their excited squeals filling the crisp morning air. A gentle tug at my sleeve pulls my attention away. Zrast stands beside me, his amber eyes bright with excitement. He points toward the massive evergreen tree we decorated yesterday, its branches laden with handmade ornaments. "Can we put the star on top today?" he asks, bouncing slightly on his toes. It's endearing how quickly he's embraced this human tradition. I run my fingers through his dark hair, smoothing down the wild strands. "Maybe your uncle can help," I say, glancing back toward the house. "If he's feeling better." The tray feels heavy in my hands as I make my way to the clinic, steam rising from the bowl of hearty stew I'd prepared. My steps falter when I spot Fazo emerging from the doorway, fully dressed in his leather armour as if he hadn't been gravely injured just hours ago. "You're up." The words burst from my lips, half scolding. "You should be resting." His laugh rumbles through the cold morning air, deep and rich. He crosses the distance between us in 2 long strides, his massive frame blocking out the weak winter sun. His hand reaches up, calloused fingers brushing my cheek with surprising gentleness. "You took care of me," he says softly, his amber eyes catching the light. "I'm already healed." Heat rises to my cheeks as I swat his hand away. "You're impossible." The smile tugging at my lips betrays my feigned annoyance. His touch lingers on my skin, a phantom warmth against the winter chill. Together, we walk toward the children. Their laughter rings out across the snow-covered clearing as they roll massive snowballs. Sarah's red nose peeks out from her scarf as she struggles with a particularly large chunk of snow. "Need help?" I call out, but he shakes his head stubbornly. Fazo stops abruptly beside me, his amber eyes narrowing as he takes in the transformed settlement. Colourful ribbons flutter from window frames, and pine garlands drape across doorways. Handmade ornaments catch the morning light, sending rainbow sparkles dancing across the snow. What is all this? His deep voice carries a note of confusion. He reaches out to touch a nearby decoration, a crude star fashioned from twigs and twine. Christmas decorations? I explain, unable to contain my excitement. I only meant to decorate the house, but then the children started making ornaments. The orc women wanted to learn too, and well, I gesture at the festive display around us. Everyone just joined in. It's about bringing light to the darkest days of winter, about hope and joy and presents, Tommy chimes in, abandoning his snowball to walk over to us. Miss V says we get presents at Christmas. My heart skips a beat as Zrast dashes across the snow, his boots leaving deep imprints as he runs to Fazo. The star in his hands catches the morning light, sending sparkles dancing across his excited face. Uncle! Zrast holds up the star, his eyes bright with anticipation. Can you help me put this on the tree? Fazo's amber eyes meet mine, uncertainty flickering in their depths. I nod, unable to suppress my smile. Something softens in his expression as he turns back to Zrast. Come here, he rumbles, lifting Zrast as if he weighs nothing. The boy stretches up, carefully placing the star atop the massive evergreen. It tilts slightly to one side, but the pride on Zrast's face makes it perfect. The children burst into applause, their cheers echoing across the snow-covered clearing. My chest tightens with joy at the sight. Me too! Little Tam tugs at Fazo's leather pants, his tiny arms reaching upward. Up, up! Tam, wait! I start, but Fazo's already scooped him up, settling him on one broad shoulder. Tam's delighted squeal rings out as he grips Fazo's hair for balance. I watch them, my fingers pressed against my lips to hide my growing smile. The mighty Orc Chieftain, feared warrior of the BlazeOrc clan, letting a tiny human child use him as a climbing tree. The warmth spreading through my chest has nothing to do with the morning sun. Watching Fazo with the children, my heart swells with an emotion I never expected to feel for an Orc Chieftain. You must be Santa's gift to me, I think, biting my lip to contain my smile. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I bend down, gathering a handful of the pristine white powder. Without thinking, I pack it tight and launch it at Fazo's broad chest. It explodes in a shower of crystals against his leather armour. His eyes widen, those amber depths flickering with surprise. The children freeze, their breaths held in anticipation. Snowball fight! I shout, already darting away. My laughter echoes across the clearing as the children spring into action. Get him! Tommy yells, and suddenly the air is thick with flying snow. That's not fair, Fazo growls playfully, but I catch the smile tugging at his lips. I don't make it far. His long strides catch up easily, and suddenly his arms wrap around my waist. He pulls me behind a large snowbank, our bodies pressed close as we crouch in the snow. His warmth seeps through my clothes, making me shiver for reasons that have nothing to do with the cold. Got you, he rumbles, his breath warm against my ear. I laugh, the sound bright and free, but it catches in my throat as he turns me to face him. His eyes capture mine, intense and burning with something that makes my heart race. Then his lips find mine, and the world dissolves into warmth and sensation. The kiss deepens, his large hand cradling the back of my head, and I forget about the snow, the cold, everything but this moment.
Chapter 18. Fazo. I watch the celebration unfold before me, the flames of victory casting dancing shadows across the camp. The drums pound in rhythm with my heartbeat, a primal celebration of our triumph over the rebel camps. The scent of roasted meat and spiced ale mingles with the crisp winter air. My warriors deserved this moment of joy, even if the battle left its mark on all of us. The slaughter was necessary, but the weight of it lingers. Yet my attention keeps drifting to her. V moves among the orc women with an ease that still surprises me. Her small frame weaves through the dancers, her laughter carrying over the thunderous drums. The firelight catches in her hair, turning the brown strands to liquid copper. "Quite a celebration," Ululu says, appearing at my side. His presence is familiar, comfortable after years of friendship and battles fought side by side. I grunt in acknowledgement, unable to tear my gaze from V as she twirls, her skirts flaring around her legs. The orc women tower over her, yet she moves among them as if she belongs. "Never thought I'd see the day," Ululu continues, a knowing tone in his voice. "Our women teaching a human their dances. Times change. She's something special, isn't she?" The question hangs in the air. I cross my arms, watching as V throws her head back in laughter at something one of the women says. Her joy is infectious, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. "She's magnificent," I admit quietly, the word feeling inadequate for what she truly is. Ululu's chuckle rumbles beside me. She's brought something new to the clan, a spirit we didn't know we needed. He pauses, watching the dancers, and she's earned respect as a healer. But the humans... The shift in his tone makes me turn. What about them? "They talk," he says, his voice dropping lower. "Say she's climbed into your bed to secure her place here." A growl rises in my throat, hot rage coursing through my veins. My fingers curl into fists. How dare they spread such filth about her? V, who works herself to exhaustion caring for others, who brings light to this cold winter. Before I can voice my anger, small fingers wrap around my hand. I look down to find V standing there, her cheeks flushed from dancing, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Dance with me," she says, tugging gently at my arm. The firelight catches the freckles scattered across her nose, and my rage melts away at the sight of her smile. I let her small hands guide me into the circle of dancers, my feet following her lead despite my usual reluctance for such displays. The drums pulse through my chest, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat as she places her delicate hands on my shoulders. My own hands dwarf her waist, and I'm struck again by how fragile she seems beneath my touch. "You dance well for a chieftain," she teases, her eyes catching the firelight. "You sound surprised." I pull her closer, savoring her sharp intake of breath. The height difference between us should make this awkward, but somehow we fit perfectly together. "Most warriors I know have 2 left feet," she says, her fingers tracing patterns on my shoulders. "Most warriors you know aren't me." The words come out rougher than intended, possessive almost. She laughs softly, the sound lost in the drumbeat but vibrating through my chest where she presses against me. Her scent, herbs and something uniquely her, fills my senses. The crowd around us blurs into meaningless shadows. The judgmental stares, the whispers, none of it matters. There's only her warmth against my chest, her breath ghosting across my skin. She rises on her tiptoes, her lips brushing my ear. "Let's get out of here," she whispers, her voice sending a shiver down my spine. I lead V away from the celebration, my hand engulfing hers as we slip into the shadows. The drum beats fade behind us, replaced by the soft crunch of snow beneath our feet. Her fingers are cold against my palm, and I pull her closer, shielding her from the biting wind. "Where are you taking me?" she whispers, her breath visible in the frigid air. "Somewhere quiet." My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with desire. We reach the ancient oak at the camp's edge, its branches heavy with snow. The moonlight filters through, casting silver patterns on her skin. I can't resist anymore. Pulling her against me, I capture her lips with mine, savoring the moment I've craved for so long. She tastes of spiced wine and something sweeter, uniquely her, like honey and winter berries. Her small frame fits perfectly against my chest, as if she was made for me, her warmth seeping through my leather armor despite the cold. "Fazo," she breathes against my mouth, her fingers threading through my hair, exploring the thick strands with gentle curiosity. The gentle tug sends sparks down my spine, awakening something primal within me that I struggle to contain. My hands roam her back, feeling the curve of her spine through her dress, memorizing every detail. She's so delicate, so small compared to me, yet she holds such power over my heart. Even my calloused fingers seem too rough against the fabric covering her soft skin. But she doesn't pull away. If anything, she presses closer, making my chest tighten with an unfamiliar ache. "You're trembling," I murmur, breaking the kiss to look at her. "Just cold." She lies, her eyes dark with desire. I pull her closer, wrapping my cloak around us both. "Better?" Instead of answering, she rises on her tiptoes, pulling me down for another kiss. The world narrows to just this. Her warmth, her touch, the soft sound she makes as I deepen the kiss.
Chapter 19. V. The cold air bites at my skin, but I barely notice. Fazo's hands are firm on my waist as he lifts me off the ground. I straddle him, my back pressed against the rough bark of the tree. His lips trail along my neck, his breath warm against my skin. I gasp softly, my fingers digging into his shoulders. "You're incredible," he murmurs, his voice rough with desire. I moan when his hand slips beneath my skirt. "Oh, Fazo." "Only I can give you this kind of pleasure," he says, his voice a deep rumble that resonates through me. Keeping me pinned against the tree, he reaches up with his other hand and tears open the top of my dress. "Fazo!" I protest, my cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. "If you keep tearing my clothes, I'll have to walk around naked." He chuckles, the sound vibrating against my chest. "I wouldn't complain if you did."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
We stay like that for a moment, him still inside me, both of us trying to catch our breath. Finally, he pulls back, his eyes searching mine in the moonlight. "You're perfect," he says, his voice softer now, the animalistic edge gone. I smile up at him, feeling a warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with the exertion. "You're not so bad yourself, Chief." He chuckles, the sound rumbling deep within his chest, and gently lowers me to the ground. My legs wobble beneath me, but he's there to support me, his arm wrapped protectively around my waist.
Chapter 20. Fazo. I stand at the edge of the camp, my arms crossed against my chest as I watch V wrangle the children into their winter clothes. The morning air nips at my exposed skin, but I barely notice it. Years of harsh winters have hardened me against such discomfort. Her voice carries across the snow-covered ground, a gentle melody that makes my chest tighten in an unfamiliar way. The children squirm and giggle as she adjusts their scarves and buttons their coats, each piece carefully crafted by her own hands. "Fazo!" Her voice breaks through my thoughts, and I find myself drawn to her bright smile. "Come with us. We're going out today for a picnic." I raise an eyebrow, the word foreign on my tongue. "Picnic? What's that?" Her eyes light up, that spark of excitement I've come to cherish dancing in their depths. "It's like eating together outside," she explains, adjusting little Tam's mittens as she speaks. "We eat outside all the time," I point out, but my lips twitch with amusement at her enthusiasm. I'm not sure going outside the camp for a glorified meal is the best use of our time. This is different, she insists, standing and brushing snow from her skirts. We'll bring blankets and special food. It's meant to be fun. Fun, I repeat, the word feeling strange in my mouth. Orcs don't typically plan activities purely for enjoyment. There's always a purpose, a goal. But watching her face glow with anticipation, I find myself nodding. Show me then. I follow behind the group, my hand resting on the hilt of my axe. The children's excited chatter echoes through the forest, their small boots leaving trails in the pristine snow. Sunlight pierces through the skeletal branches above, casting strange patterns across our path. Look, Uncle Fazo, Zrast points ahead. The lake's frozen solid. My steps falter as we approach the clearing. The lake stretches before us, its surface gleaming like polished steel. The sight makes my jaw clench. I've seen too many warriors fall through seemingly solid ice. V leads the children forward, their eager feet already sliding on the glassy surface. My heart lurches. Stop, I command, my voice sharp enough to make them pause. You're not serious about this. V turns to face me, her cheeks flushed from the cold. Her laugh, light and carefree, does nothing to ease my concern. The ice is thick enough to hold an orc, she says, tapping her boot against the surface. I used to play here as a child. It's perfectly safe. Used to, I growl, crossing my arms. Things change. Ice thins. I stand at the lake's edge, my jaw clenched as V glides onto the ice. Her boots slide smoothly across the surface, leaving faint marks in their wake. The sound of creaking ice sets my teeth on edge, but she moves with the confidence of someone who knows these waters. Come on, everyone. She beckons to the children who need no second invitation. My fingers drum against my crossed arms as I watch Zrast wobble onto the ice. His legs shake like a newborn colt's, and before I can shout a warning, he loses his balance. The thud of his fall echoes across the frozen lake, but instead of crying out in pain, he bursts into laughter. Uncle, did you see that? He grins up at me, snow dusting his hair. Little Tam scurries over to help, his tiny mittened hands tugging at Zerast's arm. Up, up! See? V's voice carries across the ice, her cheeks flushed pink from the cold. Perfectly safe. I grunt, shifting my weight. My eyes scan the ice's surface, noting every crack and imperfection. The thickness seems solid enough, but years of warfare have taught me that appearances can be deceiving. Fazo! V waves, her smile bright enough to rival the winter sun. You're missing all the fun. I'm fine here, I reply, though I feel my lips twitch upward at her enthusiasm. Someone needs to keep watch, I tell myself. Someone needs to stay alert. But watching her spin across the ice, her laughter mingling with the children's, makes my chest tighten in an unfamiliar way. I follow V and the children through the snow-laden trees, my boots crunching with each step. A weathered structure emerges from between the branches, its wooden beams sturdy despite their age. My eyes scan the perimeter. Old habits die hard. What is this place? I ask, ducking my head to enter the gazebo. It's been here forever, V says, unpacking her bundle. The aroma of meat and something sweet fills the air, making my stomach growl. The settlement used to use it for gatherings in warmer months. Murray peers into V's basket. Are those cookies? Yes, they are. V's eyes meet mine as she hands out the treats. I traded some of our meat rations for them. The children deserve something special. I grunt in approval, watching the children's faces light up. Smart trading. The joy in their eyes is worth more than a few cuts of meat. Here, V says, handing me the remaining meat. Would you mind? You're better at this than I am. I take over the grilling, my large hands dwarfing the cooking utensils. The fat sizzles as I turn the meat with practiced precision. You didn't have to trade away your portion, I say quietly. I wanted to. She settles beside me, close enough that I can feel her warmth. Besides, seeing them happy is worth it. The meat crackles over the fire and I inhale deeply, savoring the mixture of wood smoke and cooking food. This picnic thing might not be so bad after all. I watch the children play, their laughter echoing across the frozen lake. My mind wanders and suddenly I see different children, ones with green skin and sharp features like mine, sliding across this same ice. In this vision, V stands beside me, her smile radiant as she watches our children play. The realization strikes me with the force of a warhammer. She's perfect, not just as the healer who tends to my people, or the woman who warms my bed, but as my mate, the mother of my children, the chieftain's wife. Fazo! V's voice breaks through my thoughts. She waves from across the gazebo, snowflakes caught in her chestnut hair, her cheeks flushed from the cold. My chest swells with an unfamiliar warmth, and I open my mouth to call back. A thunderous roar splits the air. I spin toward the sound, my body tensing. Black smoke rises above the tree line, thick and oily, not the clean smoke of cooking fires. My heart drops as I recognize the direction, the camp. Everyone inside, I command, my voice sharp with authority. Now. I can help. Zarast protests, stepping forward. I'm strong enough. No. I grasp his shoulder firmly. I need you here. Protect V and the children, that's an order. V approaches, her face pale but determined. She reaches for my hand. Be careful, she whispers, her fingers trembling slightly against mine. I pull her close, crushing her lips with mine. The kiss is brief but fierce, carrying all the words I can't say. When I pull back, I press my forehead to hers. I'll come back, I promise. Without another word, I turn and run toward the camp, my heavy boots pounding against the frozen ground. Chapter 21. Fazo. I burst through the tree line, my boots pounding against frozen earth. The acrid stench of smoke hits me first, followed by the unmistakable copper tang of blood. My camp, my home, burns before me. The gates lie in splinters, reduced to kindling. Flames dance along our wooden barriers, consuming everything in their path. My people clash with invaders, their battle cries piercing the winter air. Hold the line! Ululu's voice rings out above the chaos. He stands atop an overturned cart, rallying our warriors. I slip into the shadows of a burning storehouse, moving silent despite my size. Years of combat have taught me the value of surprise over brute force. My eyes scan the battlefield, cataloging threats and allies alike. Please, no! A woman's cry cuts through the din. My head snaps toward the sound. There, in the center of the mayhem, stands Aeolus. His massive hand grips Mara, one of our healers, dragging her through the snow like a rag doll. His face twists in a sadistic grin as she struggles against his grip. Where's your precious chieftain now? Aeolus sneers, shaking her roughly. Where's the great Fazo? The rage builds in my chest, hot and sharp as molten steel. My fingers curl around the handle of my axe. This isn't just an attack, it's personal. Aeolus came here for revenge, and my people are paying the price. Aeolus! I roar, my voice cutting through the chaos like thunder across a battlefield. The fighting around us slows, warriors from both sides pausing as Aeolus turns. His scarred face splits into a grotesque grin, blood from earlier fights still staining his teeth. Ah, the great chieftain! He shifts his weight, his massive frame casting a shadow across the blood-stained snow. Come to watch your clan burn? I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar weight of my axe. Come to lose again? The taunt falls easily from my lips. Let him think I'm overconfident. Anger makes warriors sloppy. Aeolus hurls Mara aside like a discarded toy. She scrambles away as he hefts his battle axe, the metal gleaming dully in the firelight. "I'll enjoy breaking you this time," he snarls, spittle flying from his lips. I don't waste breath on a response. My muscles bunch as I surge forward, each step precise despite the slick ground. Aeolus swings his axe in a wide arc, the blade singing through the air where my head had been moments before. But I'm already moving, my body remembering countless battles as I slide past his guard. My fist connects with Aeolus's jaw, the satisfying crunch of bone beneath my knuckles sending a jolt up my arm. He staggers back, blood spraying from his split lip. "Not so confident now, are you?" I growl, rolling my shoulders as I advance. The clashing of steel around us fades to silence. Warriors from both sides lower their weapons, drawn to our battle like moths to flame. The firelight dances across their faces, casting long shadows on the crimson-stained snow. Aulus spits blood, his tusks gleaming red. Lucky shot. He hefts his axe, the muscles in his arms bunching. Won't happen again. The axe whistles through the air, but I'm already moving. Years of combat have taught me to read an opponent's body, to see the strike before it comes. I duck under the wild swing, pivoting on my heel. My boot finds his knee with crushing force. The joint gives way with a wet crack, and Aeolus's roar of pain echoes across the battlefield. He drops to one knee, his massive frame wavering. "Luck had nothing to do with it," I say, grabbing his collar. The leather creaks under my grip as I lift him, his feet leaving the ground. I slam him into the frozen earth, feeling the impact reverberate through my arms. Blood blooms beneath him, staining the pristine snow a deep crimson. The gathered warriors shift uneasily, the only sound the crackling of flames and Aulus's labored breathing. I plant my feet firmly in the blood-stained snow, my chest heaving with controlled rage. Each breath sends clouds of steam into the frigid air. Aeolus struggles beneath me, his face a mess of blood and broken bone. "This is for my people," I growl, driving my fist into his jaw. The impact sends shockwaves up my arm. "For the women you've hurt." Another strike, this one splitting his lip. "For the lives you've destroyed!" Aeolus tries to raise his arms to block my assault, but his movements are sluggish. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he attempts to speak. "You're weak," he slurs. "Protecting humans." My response is another devastating blow. His head snaps back, his eyes rolling. Around us, the gathered warriors watch in silence, the only sound the crackling of flames and the wet impact of flesh against flesh. With one final strike, Aeolus goes limp. His massive frame slumps in the snow, unconscious at last. I rise slowly to my full height, my knuckles dripping with his blood. "Anyone else?" I ask, my voice carrying across the battlefield. No one moves. I reach down, grabbing Aeolus by his leather armor. The material creaks as I drag his unconscious body through the snow, leaving a crimson trail in our wake. The crowd parts before us, warriors from both sides stepping back in silent acknowledgement of their leader's defeat. I stand over Aeolus's broken form, blood dripping from my knuckles onto pristine snow. The metallic scent mingles with smoke from the burning buildings. His warriors shift uneasily, their weapons half lowered. "Surrender!" I command, letting ice seep into my voice. My chest heaves with each breath, steam curling in the frigid air. Or face the same fate. The clatter of dropped weapons breaks the tense silence. One by one, Aeolus's warriors kneel, their heads bowed. Even the proudest among them can't deny the outcome of this fight. "Take them," I order my men, not taking my eyes off the fallen warriors. I grab Aulus by his leather armor, the material creaking under my grip. His unconscious body leaves a crimson trail as I drag him through the snow. The weight is nothing. My arms still buzz with battle fury. At the camp's edge, I release my hold. His body tumbles into a snowbank, a broken puppet with cut strings. My jaw clenches as I stare down at him, remembering his threats against V. His cruel words about breaking her. The thought of V sends a jolt through my chest. She's waiting by the lake with the children, probably worried sick. My fingers twitch, wanting to reach for her, to make sure she's safe. Ululu! I call out. Take care of this! I need to check on something. My second-in-command nods, understanding in his eyes. He knows where I'm headed, where my heart is pulling me. I turn away from Iolus's crumpled form, already planning the fastest route back to the lake. To V, to home.
Chapter 22. V. I pace across the cabin's dirt floor, my bare feet scuffing against the packed earth. The rhythmic motion does nothing to calm my racing thoughts. My hands twist together, a nervous habit I can't seem to break. Miss V! Tommy's voice cuts through my spiralling worry. Are you okay? I turn to face the children. They're huddled together near the old wooden table, their faces pale in the dim light. Little Tam clings to Marnie's sleeve, his bottom lip trembling. I'm fine, sweetheart. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. My heart pounds so hard I wonder if they can hear it. Images of the camp flash through my mind, the smoke rising against the winter sky, the distant sounds of battle. And Fazo. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to banish the vision of him lying wounded in the snow. What if something happened to Uncle Fazo? Zrast whispers, voicing the fear we all share. I crouch down beside them, forcing my hands to stay steady as I gather them close. Your uncle is the strongest warrior I know. He'll be fine. I wish I felt as confident as I sound. We're all going to be fine, I promise. But what about... Mary starts, but falls silent as heavy footsteps crunch through the snow outside. My breath catches in my throat. Relief floods through me as I straighten, ready to call out. My heart plummets as two massive orcs emerge from the shadows between the trees. Their mangled tusks gleam in the weak winter light, their eyes burning with a hatred I've never seen before. These aren't Fazo's men. Get ready to run, I whisper to the children, but my voice trembles. My fingers find Tam's small shoulders, pulling him close. One of the orcs barks something I can't hear, his lips curling into a cruel smile. The other responds with a guttural laugh that makes my skin crawl. Miss V? Mari's voice quavers beside me. What do they want? I don't answer, can't answer. Instead, I scoop Tam into my arms, his weight making my muscles scream in protest. Run! The word tears from my throat like a desperate prayer. The children scatter like startled birds. Tommy grabs Mary's hand, pulling her after him. Sarah stumbles, her feet tangling in the deep snow, but Zrast is there in an instant. I got you! He shouts, hauling her up with strength that belies his small size. The orc's roars shake the very air around us, vibrating through my chest like thunder. Tam whimpers against my neck, his tears hot on my skin. Head for the camp! I scream, my voice breaking. The words taste like copper in my mouth. Don't look back, just run! My lungs burn as I push through the snow, each step feeling like I'm wading through molasses. The children's ragged breathing mingles with the sound of heavy footfalls behind us, getting closer with each passing second. I stumble to a stop beside Zrast, my legs trembling from exertion. Tam's small body shakes against my chest, his face buried in my neck. Without hesitation, I thrust him into Zrast's arms. Take him! My lungs burn with each gasped word. Zrast staggers, his eyes widening. What are you doing? Buying you time. I shove his shoulder, urging him forward. The sound of pursuit grows closer, heavy footfalls crunching through the snow. Go! Protect them. He stands frozen for a heartbeat, his young face torn between fear and determination. Then his jaw sets, and he gives a sharp nod. Gripping Tam tightly against his chest, he sprints after the others, his voice carrying back through the crisp air. "Come on, keep running." I spin to face our pursuers, my heart hammering against my ribs. The two orcs slow their charge, clearly surprised by my sudden stand. Their tusked faces split into cruel grins, and my stomach churns at the malice in their eyes. "Come on!" I shout, forcing steel into my voice despite my trembling knees. The words echo across the snow-covered clearing. "You ugly inbred sacks of troll dung! Is that the best you've got?" My hands clench into fists at my sides as I watch them exchange amused glances. At least they've stopped chasing the children. That's all that matters now. The orcs' snarls echo through the clearing, their yellow eyes fixing on me like predators spotting prey. My legs shake, but I force myself to stay upright. One charges, his massive frame barreling toward me like an avalanche. I drop and roll, ducking under his sweeping arm. Snow cakes my clothes, the cold biting through the fabric. Fazo's training flashes through my mind. Stay low, stay moving. But this isn't training, this is survival. "Too slow," I taunt, my voice higher than usual. My heart hammers against my ribs as I weave between them. Their frustrated growls tell me I'm at least being annoying enough to keep their attention. A sharp pain explodes across my scalp. One of them has my hair, his meaty fist wrapped in the strands. I scream, my fingers clawing at his grip. "Not so quick now, little human," he rumbles, dragging me closer. His breath washes over my face, hot and rancid. I gag as his other fist draws back, ready to strike. "I hope Fazo kills you slowly," I spit, refusing to close my eyes. If this is it, I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing my fear. The whistle of an arrow cuts through the air like a winter wind. A sickening thud follows, and the orc's grip on my hair goes slack. His massive body crumples, taking strands of my hair with him as he falls face first into the snow. My chest heaves as I stumble backward, the world spinning around me. The second orc lets out a terrified roar and bolts into the forest, his heavy footfalls fading into the distance. I spin toward the tree line, my heart leaping into my throat. There he stands, bow still raised, his massive frame silhouetted against the winter sky. Fazo's amber eyes burn with an intensity that makes my knees weak. "Fazo!" My voice breaks on his name. My feet move before my mind catches up, carrying me through the snow toward him. Tears stream down my cheeks, freezing in the cold air. "The children are safe," he cuts me off, lowering his bow. "Zdrast led them back to camp." Relief crashes over me like a wave. My legs give out, and I pitch forward into his chest. His arms wrap around me, steady and strong, and I breathe in his familiar scent of leather and pine. "You stupid, brave woman," he growls, but there's tenderness in his voice that makes fresh tears spill down my cheeks. "What were you thinking, taking on 2 warriors alone?" "I thought—" My voice cracks, and I burrow deeper into Fazo's chest. The leather of his armour is cold against my cheek, but his body radiates warmth. My fingers clutch at the fur lining his cloak, desperate for something solid to hold on to. "You're safe now," he murmurs, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. His massive hand cups my chin, tilting my face up. Those amber eyes search mine, flickering across my features. "Are you hurt?" I shake my head, though I can't stop trembling. The adrenaline leaves my body in waves, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. My scalp stings where the orc pulled my hair, and my muscles ache from running, but I'm alive. The children are safe. That's all that matters. Fazo's thumb brushes my cheek, wiping away tears I hadn't realised were falling. He leans down and his lips brush mine with unexpected gentleness. The kiss grounds me, anchoring me in the present moment. His tusks graze my skin, a familiar sensation that makes my heart flutter despite everything.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprothika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 23. Fazo. I lead V through the wreckage of my camp, my hand firm against the small of her back. The acrid stench of smoke burns my nostrils, and broken weapons litter the trampled snow. My people move around us, assessing damage, but my attention fixes solely on the woman beside me. Here, I say, guiding her to a quiet corner near the healer's tent. The firelight catches the dried blood on her cheek, making my chest tighten. Let me see. My thumb brushes the scratch, and she winces. The cut isn't deep, but seeing her hurt ignites something primal in me. You're bleeding, I murmur, examining the wound closer. Frustration gnaws at my gut. I should have been there faster. You saved me, V whispers, her hand finding mine. Her fingers tremble slightly, her voice still unsteady from the attack. That's what matters. Barely. The word comes out harsher than intended. If I'd been a moment later. But you weren't. She cuts me off, her brown eyes meeting mine with surprising intensity. You were there exactly when I needed you. I grunt, unconvinced. The image of that orc grabbing her hair, ready to strike. It's burned into my mind. I'll draw you a bath. I carry buckets of water from the well, my muscles barely registering their weight. The night air bites at my exposed skin, but I focus on my task. Each trip, I heat the water over the fire, testing it with my fingertips until it reaches the perfect temperature. Fazo, please, V says from her perch on a wooden stool. You don't need to woo. I silence her with a look, pouring the steaming water into the wooden tub. The steam rises in lazy curls, carrying the scent of the healing herbs I've added. My movements are precise, methodical, a stark contrast to the storm of emotions churning inside me. When the bath is ready, I turn to her. The firelight catches the bruises blooming across her skin, dark against her pale flesh. My jaw tightens at the sight. She's beautiful, even now, but each mark is a reminder of how close I came to losing her. I step forward, reaching for her. I can walk, Fazo, she protests weakly, trying to stand on her own. Let me take care of you, I say, my voice leaving no room for argument. My hands are gentle as I lift her, cradling her against my chest as though she's made of glass. She weighs nothing to me, this small human who's somehow become everything. I lower her into the water carefully, watching as she sinks into its warmth with a soft exhale. You don't have to do this, V murmurs, her eyes half closed as I run the soft cloth along her shoulders. I want to. My voice comes out gentler than I expect. The firelight dances across her skin, highlighting each bruise and scratch. My chest tightens at the sight. She's alive. She's here. That's what matters. My hands move with careful precision as I wash her back, memorizing each curve and hollow. She leans into my touch, a soft sigh escaping her lips. The tension slowly drains from her muscles, and I feel her relax for the first time since the attack. Join me, she whispers, so quietly I almost miss it. I pause, my hands stilling against her skin. The invitation hangs in the air between us, heavy with meaning. For a moment I hesitate. A chieftain shouldn't show such vulnerability, shouldn't need this closeness. But tonight, I don't want to be just a chieftain. I stand, my movements deliberate as I remove my armor piece by piece. The leather falls away, followed by the fur-lined tunic. The cool air hits my skin, but I barely notice. My eyes never leave her as I slide into the water behind her, the tub large enough to accommodate my frame. The water rises as I settle in, and she shifts to make room. Her small form fits perfectly against my chest, as if she was meant to be there all along. I cradle V in my arms, the water lapping around us, steam rising to meet the chill of the night air. She's a vision of vulnerability and strength, her body marked by the trials of the day. Yet she holds herself with a quiet dignity that stirs something deep within me. The tension between us shifts, growing electric. My hands find her again, this time with purpose. I reach between her legs. "Is this okay?" I ask gruffly. The need to claim her, to make her mine in every way, wars with the desire to cherish and protect her. "Yes, please," she begs, her voice a desperate whine that sends a shiver down my spine. When she comes down from the high, I pull her close, my lips finding hers in a kiss that is both a claiming and a promise. "Never again," I growl against her mouth.
The scene is about to get too
Never put me in a position to live in a world without you again.
As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 24. V. I hum a soft melody as I chop vegetables for breakfast, my hands moving in a familiar rhythm. The morning light streams through the kitchen window, casting long shadows across the wooden counter. My thoughts drift to last night. Fazo's gentle touches, his protective embrace. A warmth spreads through my chest, and I catch myself smiling. The door bursts open with such force it rattles the shelves. Pots clang together, and I nearly drop my knife. "You!" A man's voice cracks like thunder in the small space. His finger points at me, trembling with rage. His usually neat appearance is dishevelled, his face flushed red. My heart hammers against my ribs, but I keep my voice steady. "What's wrong, Sammy?" "You poisoned Elder Korgath." Sammy's voice rises, spittle flying from his lips. "I saw you give him those cookies." The knife clatters from my hand as Sammy's accusation hits me like a physical blow. My fingers grip the counter's edge, knuckles white against the worn wood. "What?" The word comes out as a whisper. The room spins, and I force myself to take a deep breath. "No, you don't Don't lie!" Sammy cuts me off, his face contorted with rage. "I saw you argue with him. How he said you were a burden on the settlement, taking in those worthless orphans and then becoming an orc traitor." My chest tightens at the memory. That argument was about rations, nothing more. The cookies were a peace offering. A peace offering laced with poison. He steps closer, jabbing his finger toward my face. He's barely breathing now, convulsing in his bed. Heavy footsteps echo behind him, and my heart sinks as orc warriors file into the kitchen. Their armour gleams in the morning light, their expressions grim. Gresh steps forward. His eyes won't meet mine as he speaks. "We have to take you in. The evidence is compelling." "What evidence?" My voice cracks, fear seeping into my very skin. But they're already moving toward me, and I see the resignation in their eyes. They've already decided I'm guilty. Fazo's massive frame fills the doorway, and my heart leaps with hope. But the expression on his face freezes the blood in my veins. His amber eyes, usually warm when they meet mine, are distant and clouded with uncertainty. "Fazo!" I step toward him, my voice cracking, Don't let them. She's a healer. Sammy's sharp voice cuts through the air. She knows all about poisons, every herb, every deadly mixture. Who better to make it look like a natural illness? My fingers find the wooden charm around my neck, the one Tommy carved for me. I grip it tight, anchoring myself. I gave those cookies to everyone. The children ate them, the other orcs. Maybe she targeted Elder Korgath specifically, one of the orc warriors mutters. Mixed a special batch just for him. The low rumble of agreement among the orcs makes my stomach twist. These same warriors who just days ago shared meals with me, who helped the children build snowmen, now look at me like I'm a viper in their midst. Think about it, Chieftain. Sammy presses, his voice oily with false concern. How convenient that she wormed her way into our trust, into your home. Fazo's jaw tightens, his massive hands clenching at his sides. When he finally speaks, his voice is like gravel. Take her to the dungeon. No, I whisper, my legs trembling. Fazo, look at me, please. The iron cuffs chafe against my wrists as the guards march me forward. Each step echoes in the stone corridor, marking the distance growing between me and the man I thought I knew. My throat burns with unshed tears. Watch your step, one guard grunts as we descend the dungeon stairs. The cold seeps through my thin dress, and I shiver. How can you all turn your back on me? I whisper, more to myself than them. After everything. The second guard sighs. Save it for the trial. The dungeon door creaks open, the sound like a death knell. Musty air hits my face, carrying the scent of damp stone and despair. My legs threaten to give out as they lead me to a cell. Fazo, I call out, one last desperate attempt. But he's not here, he's up there, not caring about me. The same hands he held last night, claiming they were gentle and healing, have tossed me aside. The cell door slams shut with a metallic clang that reverberates through my bones. My legs finally give out, and I sink to the cold stone floor. The wooden charm around my neck feels heavy against my chest. Just yesterday, Fazo had traced the crude carving with his finger, asking about its meaning. Now he won't even look at me. The memory of his averted gaze cuts deeper than any blade could. The guard's footsteps fade away, leaving me alone with nothing but the drip of water somewhere in the darkness and the weight of betrayal crushing my chest. After all that we have been through, I thought he would defend me. I thought he would take my side and tell them not to touch me. I press my forehead against the damp stone wall, its chill seeping into my skin. I squeeze my eyes shut, thinking of the children. Please let them be okay, I whisper into the darkness. They must be terrified. Little Tam won't understand why I'm gone. He'll cry for me at bedtime, and who will sing him to sleep? Mari's nightmares will return without me there to comfort her. Pip needs his medicine for his cough, and Sarah never remembers the dosage. A rat scurries across the floor, and I pull my knees closer to my chest. Tommy will take care of them, I tell myself, but my voice breaks. He always does. The memory of Fazo's averted gaze burns fresh in my mind. Just last night, he held me like I was precious, irreplaceable. His amber eyes had sparkled as he traced patterns on my skin, whispering promises in the dark. Was any of it real? My question echoes off the stone walls, unanswered. And Zrast, sweet, brave Zrast, who finally learned to smile again, who taught the children to build snow forts and shared his breakfast with little Tam. Water drips somewhere in the darkness, each drop marking another moment away from them. Another moment where they might think I abandoned them, just like everyone else in their lives. The cold seeps deeper into my bones, but it's nothing compared to the chill of betrayal in my heart.
Chapter 25. Fazo. I stand in the center of the council chamber, my muscles coiled tight with tension. The voices of the elders crash against each other like waves in a storm, but I maintain my composure. Only my clenched fists betray the turmoil within. She must be executed immediately! Elder Crom pounds his fist on the table. A human killing one of our own? We have no proof, I say, my voice cutting through the chaos. The chamber falls silent, but I can feel their judgment pressing against my skin. Elder Togrim rises, his aged frame still imposing. The proof lies in the poisoned cookies beside his body. Cookies that she made. Many people received those cookies, I counter, keeping my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest, including my nephew. And how do we know she hasn't poisoned him too? Someone shouts from the back. I take a deep breath, fighting the urge to snap. V's face flashes in my mind. Her gentle smile, her kindness. The way she tends to wounds without hesitation, whether orc or human. The thought of her in that cold dungeon makes my blood boil. The children under her care must be removed immediately, Elder Togrim booms. It's unsafe to leave them with her. They're already under guard, I reply, my jaw tight. You're letting your feelings cloud your judgment, Chieftain, Elder Crom sneers. We all know you've been close to the human. I let my gaze sweep across the council chamber, taking in the faces of the elders. Their judgment weighs heavy in the air, thick as winter frost. My jaw tightens, muscles flexing beneath my skin. You're suggesting I abandon the children to the human side? I keep my voice measured, though rage burns in my chest. Togrim shifts his weight, his ceremonial armor creaking. The torchlight catches his tusks as he folds his arms. They have no business here. They're liabilities, just like her. He takes a step closer, his voice dropping. You're already under scrutiny, Fazo. You should tread carefully. The heat in my chest rises, threatening to spill over. I think of the children, of Pip's tiny hands reaching for me, of Zarast's protective stance over them, of V's smile as she watched us all together. I'll consider it, I say flatly, though the words taste like ash in my mouth. The lie sits heavy on my tongue, but I force myself to maintain eye contact with Togrim. Let him think he's won this round. I've learned that sometimes leadership means playing the long game, even when every instinct screams for immediate action. I watch the elders file out, their muttered conversations carrying traces of venom. My fingers flex against my palm, fighting the urge to reach for my axe. Politics has never been my preferred battlefield. The training yard is quiet when I find Sammy. He's practicing with a wooden sword, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. He startles when I approach, nearly dropping the weapon. Chieftain, he says, bowing quickly. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the cold. I circle him slowly, noting how he shifts his weight from foot to foot. Tell me again what you saw. I already told... Tell me again. My voice carries an edge that makes him flinch. She was arguing with Elder Korgath. Sammy's words tumble out faster now. By the storage huts. She was angry about something he said about humans. Then later I saw her give him those cookies. The same cookies she gave to everyone else? Yes, but... He licks his lips nervously. She targeted him specifically, I saw it. I step closer, towering over him. You're certain about this? Yes. His voice cracks slightly. I wouldn't lie about something like this. My eyes narrow as I study his face. There's something in his expression that doesn't sit right, like a blade that's slightly off balance. I study Sammy, letting the silence stretch between us. The wooden sword in his hands trembles slightly. You were close to the Elder? Worked for him on and off. He straightens his spine, puffing out his chest like a strutting bird. I was loyal to him, always. My eyes narrow as I circle him, noting how his fingers tap against the sword's hilt. No obvious holes in his story, but something about his nervous energy sets my teeth on edge. Like a predator sensing weakness in its prey, my instincts scream that something's off. Always loyal, I repeat, my voice deliberately slow. Yet you weren't with him when he died. Sammy's Adam's apple bobs. I had duties elsewhere. The elder understood that. Did he? I stopped directly in front of him, using my height to full advantage. What exactly were these duties? Gathering berries, by the north wall. His answer comes too quickly, too smoothly, like a rehearsed line in a play. I grunt, watching sweat bead on his forehead despite the winter chill. His story holds water, but there's something in his eyes, a flicker of something I can't quite place. It reminds me of a cornered animal, desperate but calculating. That's all, I ask, keeping my tone neutral. Yes, Chieftain. His grip tightens on the wooden sword. That's everything I know. The sun hangs low in the sky when Mara finds me by the training grounds. Her steps are hesitant, and I already know I won't like what she has to say. They're questioning your fairness, Fazo, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes hold that same admiring gleam they've had since I saved her from Aeolus. Once, that look might have meant something. Now it just irritates me. I grunt, continuing to sharpen my blade. The rhythmic scraping fills the awkward silence. If you're biased, they'll demand someone else take over. She wrings her hands. They think you're too close to her. My hand stills on the whetstone. I'm the fairest they'll get, I growl, the words rumbling deep in my chest. No one else will handle this right. Mara opens her mouth to say more, but I turn away. The conversation is over. Night falls and the camp grows quiet. The guards at the dungeon entrance laugh over some joke, their attention wavering. Perfect. I move like smoke through the shadows, my feet silent despite my size. The first guard doesn't even sense me coming. One quick strike to the back of his head, and he crumples. The second guard turns at the sound, but he's too slow. My arm locks around his throat, cutting off his air. He struggles briefly before going limp. The dungeon air hits my lungs like ice. Water drips somewhere in the darkness, the sound echoing off stone walls. My heart pounds with each step, though my movements remain steady. Then I see her. V's small form is curled into the corner of her cell, her knees pulled tight to her chest. My throat tightens at the sight.
Chapter 26. V. The darkness presses against my skin like a living thing. I pull my knees closer, trying to preserve what little warmth remains in my body. The stone wall behind me seeps cold through my thin clothes, and I can't stop shivering. You'll die in here, human, the guard had sneered earlier. His words echo in my mind, over and over. My chest constricts, and tears burn behind my eyes. I won't cry. I refuse to give them that satisfaction. But my thoughts drift to the children. Are they safe? Who's feeding them? The wooden charm around my neck feels heavy, a reminder of everything I might lose. Fazo. I whisper into the darkness, then immediately regret it. How could I have been so wrong about him? The tenderness in his touch, the warmth in his eyes when he looked at me. Was it all pretense? The memory of his face when they dragged me away cuts deeper than the cold. A soft sound breaks through my spiral of thoughts. My head snaps up, heart thundering against my ribs. Footsteps. No, too quiet. The guards usually stomp around, making their presence known. Another rustle, closer now. The darkness seems to shift and move. I press myself harder against the wall, straining to see through the gloom. Who's there? My voice comes out stronger than I feel. V. His voice cuts through the darkness, low and urgent. My heart leaps into my throat. I scramble to my feet so quickly my head spins, my hands scraping against the rough stone wall. Fazo? He materializes at the bars, his amber eyes catching what little light filters through the corridor. The sight of him makes my chest ache. I stumble forward, my fingers wrapping around the cold iron bars until my knuckles turn white. You... The word catches in my throat. All the tears I've been holding back spill over, hot tracks down my cold cheeks. The wooden charm around my neck feels heavier somehow. His large hand reaches through the bars, cupping my face. His skin is warm against mine, and I lean into his touch, desperate for the contact. His thumb brushes away my tears, the gesture so gentle it makes my heart crack. "I'm here," he murmurs, his deep voice barely above a whisper. The metal key scrapes against the lock, and my heart leaps into my throat. The cell door swings open with a groan that seems to echo through the dungeon. I launch myself into Fazo's arms, my fingers clutching at his leather armour. His warmth envelops me, chasing away the bone-deep chill of the cell. "I was so scared," I whisper into his chest, breathing in his familiar scent of leather and pine. "The kids. What about the kids?" My voice cracks on the last word, the weight of my worry finally spilling over. His arms tighten around me, steady and sure. One large hand spans across my back, and I feel the gentle pressure of his chin resting on my head. "They're safe. I'll protect them. I promise." I pull back just enough to look up at him, my hands still gripping his armour. The dim light catches the golden flecks in his amber eyes, and I see nothing but certainty there. "You trust me, don't you? That I would only—" "I know you didn't," he cuts me off, his voice firm but gentle. His thumb brushes away a tear I hadn't realised had fallen. "You'd never hurt anyone. I know that." Relief floods through me, making my knees weak. I nod quickly, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. His faith in me, unwavering despite everything, makes my chest ache in the best way possible. Fazo guides me back into the cell, his touch gentle but firm. My heart sinks as the reality of my situation crashes back. "You have to stay here for now," he murmurs, his amber eyes catching what little light filters through the bars. "I need time to clear your name." My fingers clutch at his leather armour, desperately seeking something solid to hold on to. "I don't know how long I can take this, Fazo." My voice cracks, and I hate how weak I sound. It's so dark." The shadows seem to press closer, making my chest tight. The wooden charm around my neck feels like it's choking me. His large hand cups my face, thumb brushing across my cheek. Despite everything, he manages a small smile that makes my heart flutter. "Then I'll stay with you tonight, just until dawn." I nod, drawing in a shaky breath. His scent surrounds me, leather and pine and something uniquely him. He pulls me into his arms, and I press myself against his chest, soaking in his warmth. The chill of the cell seems to retreat, if only a little. My hands slide up his chest, feeling his heartbeat strong and steady beneath my palm. Without thinking, I rise on my tiptoes, pressing my lips to his. The kiss starts soft, hesitant, a question more than a demand. But when his arms tighten around me, something breaks loose in my chest. I kiss him harder, more urgently, pouring all my fear and desperation into it. His response is immediate, one hand tangling in my hair, while the other pulls me closer. A small whimper escapes me as his tusks graze my bottom lip, the slight pain only adding to the intensity. The cold stone wall meets my back as he presses me against it, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is the heat of his mouth, the strength of his hands, the solid warmth of his body against mine. Chapter 27. V. 1 week earlier, the scent of baking cookies fills Fazo's kitchen, warm and sweet against the winter chill. I hum softly as I pull another batch from the oven, setting them carefully on the wooden counter to cool. "That's 2 batches done," I murmur, wiping flour from my hands onto my apron. Maybe I traded for too much flour. My stomach twists with guilt as I think of the meat I traded. It was Fazo's, technically, but I couldn't resist the baker's offer. The ingredients would make enough cookies for everyone, the children, the picnic, and maybe even some of the more stern-faced orcs who still eye us with suspicion. The picnic tomorrow will be perfect, if Fazo doesn't mind about the traded meat too much. I stare at the growing pile of cookies, biting my lip. The third batch of dough sits half-mixed in the wooden bowl before me, flour dusting the counter like fresh snow. Maybe I shouldn't have traded so much of Fazo's meat, I mutter, working the spoon through the thick batter. But everyone deserves something sweet for the holiday. The door bursts open, banging against the wall. Sarah stumbles in, her winter coat hanging off one shoulder, cheeks flushed red from running. Her braids have come loose, wisps of hair sticking to her forehead with sweat despite the cold. "Miss V!" She doubles over, gasping for breath. "Miss V, Sarah!" I drop the spoon, rushing to her side. "What happened? Are you hurt?" She shakes her head frantically, still panting. "No, I was playing by the big meeting hall, and I heard Elder Korgath was talking to Elder Crom." "You were eavesdropping." I frown, smoothing back her hair. "I didn't mean to." Her eyes go wide. "But they were so loud, and Elder Korgath, he said he's going to cut the human rations again. He says we're taking too much, that we don't deserve—" My stomach drops. "Are you sure that's what you heard?" Sarah nods vigorously, wringing her hands. "He said we're draining resources, that humans should learn their place." I grip the counter to steady myself, my mind racing. Less food? My hands shake as I reach for the small bottles lined up on the kitchen shelf. The glass clinks softly as I select one. We can barely survive with what we have. Rather, what they have. The struggle is no stranger to me, though. I haven't forgotten the reality the children and I lived before coming to the Orcs' territory. "Miss V?" Sarah tugs at my sleeve, her voice rising with urgency. "You have to tell Fazo. He'll stop them. I know he will." I stir the batter slowly, watching the ingredients blend together. "We can't put Fazo in that position, sweetheart. The elders already think he favours humans too much." "But the rations?" "We'll be fine." I tap the wooden spoon against the bowl's rim, forcing confidence into my voice. "I'll speak with Elder Korgath myself." Sarah's eyes go wide. "He's mean, Miss V. He always glares at us when we pass by." Which is exactly why I'm bringing him a little treat. I begin with a smile. Sometimes people just need a little kindness to change their minds. What if he doesn't? Sarah wrings her hands, mirroring my own nervous habit. I pause, the spoon hovering over the sheet. The truth is, I don't know what I'll do if he refuses, but I can't let Sarah see that fear. "Then we'll figure something else out," I say, smoothing her hair. "But first, let's try it my way. No need to cause trouble if we don't have to." Sarah's face contorts, tears welling in her eyes. "Bribery won't work. They don't care about us." Her voice rises, trembling with anger. "Their protection is doing more harm than good. We were better off." My heart lurches. I round the kitchen table in 2 quick steps, flour dusting the floor in my wake. My hands cup her small face, forcing her to look at me. Her skin is cold from being outside, her cheeks flushed with emotion. "Never," I whisper fiercely. "Never say such things aloud. What if an orc heard you? Do you understand what could happen?" "But Miss V..." "No." I press my thumb gently against her lips, silencing her. The kitchen suddenly feels too exposed, too open. My eyes dart to the windows, checking for shadows. "Listen to me, Sarah. I'll change his mind. You'll see." She tries to argue again, but I shake my head, smoothing back her wild hair. "Go on now. Run along." Sarah hesitates, her bottom lip trembling. Then she turns and flees, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. I watch her go, my hands shaking as I return to the cookies cooling on the counter. I sigh, my shoulders slumping as Sarah's footsteps fade away. The kitchen feels emptier without her energy, though the sweet scent of baking still hangs in the air. My hands shake slightly as I return to the counter. The wooden spoon scrapes against the bowl as I stir the remaining batter, trying to focus on the simple task rather than the knot of anxiety in my stomach. I have to change his mind, I whisper to myself, carefully spooning the mixture onto the baking stone. The stone is warm beneath my fingers as I slide it into the oven. I've seen it work before, how a simple gesture can soften even the hardest heart. But Elder Korgath, the way he looks at us humans, like we're less than nothing. No, I straighten my spine, brushing flour from my apron. I have to try, for the children, for everyone. The first batch of cookies sits cooling on the counter, their edges golden brown. I pick one up, testing its firmness. Perfect. Not too sweet, not too bland. Even an orc elder might appreciate them. They'll see we can contribute, I murmur, arranging the cookies carefully on a plate. We're not just taking up space and resources. We can make things better for everyone. The oven's heat warms my face as I check on the baking batch. Just a few more minutes. Then I'll have enough to share. Enough to maybe change an elder's mind. I have to convince him. There's no other choice. From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. V. The dawn light filters through the cracks, casting thin ribbons across my huddled form. I press my back against the damp wall, trying to find a position that doesn't make my muscles scream. The constant drip of water somewhere in the darkness marks time like a broken clockwork. Metal scrapes against metal, and I flinch at the sound. The cell door swings open with a clang that echoes off the stone walls. 2 orc warriors step in, their massive frames blocking what little light remains. My heart clenches when I recognise Gresh. "Breakfast time, wench," the other guard sneers, his tusks gleaming in the dim light. He throws something at my feet, a loaf of bread that breaks apart on impact. Green-black mould crawls across its surface like a living thing. I lift my head, ignoring how the movement makes my neck muscles protest. "You can't just throw it like that," I say, my voice scratchy from disuse. "How can you waste food?" A bitter laugh escapes my lips as I straighten my spine against the cold stone. "Christmas is in 3 days. That flour could have made pies." The first guard's tusks gleam as he sneers. "Christmas." His laugh echoes off the walls, making me flinch. "That's a human myth. It means nothing to us." I notice Gresh shift his weight, his eyes darting between the ruined bread and my face. His massive hands clench and unclench at his sides. "Enough, Thruk!" Gresh's voice echoes through the cell, followed by the sound of bodies shuffling. "Let's go." The door slams shut with a thunderous clang that vibrates through my bones. The sound fades, leaving only the steady drip of water and my ragged breathing. I stare at the scattered pieces of bread on the dirt floor, my stomach cramping with hunger. Carefully, I gather the least mouldy pieces, brushing off what dirt I can. The bread is dense and bitter on my tongue, but I force myself to chew. Each swallow feels like betrayal. My fingers find the wooden charm around my neck. Tears blur my vision as memories flood back. Tommy's calloused hands working the wood, his tongue stuck out in concentration, the pride in his eyes when he presented it to me. Please let them be okay, I whisper to the darkness. My voice cracks. Did anyone remember Zrast's medicine? The fever could come back if he skips even one day. I lean my head back against the cold stone wall. 3 days until Christmas. We were supposed to decorate the tree together. Pip spent weeks practicing carols. Mari saved scraps of cloth to make decorations. The tears flow freely now, tracking warm paths down my cheeks. I don't bother wiping them away. In the darkness, I can admit my fears. What if I never see them again? What if Christmas becomes just another broken promise? A scuffling sound near the cell entrance makes my heart skip. My eyes strain in the dim light, barely making out 2 small figures darting through the shadows. Zrast? Tommy? My voice cracks, disbelief making my hands shake. They rush to me, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Zrast's small hands find mine in the darkness, his grip tight and desperate. We had to see you, Tommy whispers, his voice trembling. They wouldn't let us. Shh. I drop to my knees, my fingers brushing over their faces, checking for injuries. Are you hurt? Where are the others? Safe, Zrast says, leaning into my touch. Sarah's watching everyone. We snuck past the guards during shift change. My heart clenches. You shouldn't have come. If they catch you. I stare at Zrast's determined face, my heart swelling with a mix of pride and pain. Despite his small frame, his voice carries the weight of his uncle's authority. The torchlight catches the green of his skin, making him look older than his years. Don't worry about us, he says, squeezing my hands. I'll protect everyone. I'll protect you. My throat tightens. This child shouldn't have to be so strong, shouldn't have to make such promises. I open my mouth to tell him this, but Tommy's voice cuts through the darkness. The elders want to send us back to the human settlement. His words tumble out, quick and desperate. They destroyed some of the Christmas decorations. The air leaves my lungs. The paper stars we'd spent hours folding, the wooden ornaments the children had carved with such care. Gone. My fingers find the wooden charm around my neck, the only piece I have left. Really? I whisper, though I'm not sure I want the answer. Zrast's grip on my hands tightens. We'll fix them, he says, his voice steady despite the tremor in his shoulders. When you get out, we'll still celebrate. I force my lips into a smile, though tears burn behind my eyes. These brave, wonderful children. I won't let them see me break, won't let them carry that burden too. I'm so proud of you both, I manage, pulling them close. Their small bodies press against mine, warm and real and alive. For now, that has to be enough. My heart skips as Zrast pulls out a small bundle from beneath his tunic. His movements quick but careful. The familiar scent of fresh bread makes my stomach clench painfully. Here. His small fingers unwrap the cloth, revealing clean water in a stoppered flask, a chunk of bread that looks freshly baked, and, my breath catches, a sliver of dried meat. You need to keep your strength up. The bread is still warm when I take it, and tears blur my vision. Thank you, I whisper, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. A sudden echo of boots against stone makes me stiffen. The sound grows closer, accompanied by the low rumble of orc voices. "Go!" I hiss, shoving the bundle under my thin blanket. "Now!" Tommy's hand finds mine in the darkness, his grip desperate. His eyes shine with unshed tears, and my heart breaks all over again. "Tommy, please." I give his shoulder a gentle push toward Zrast. "You have to go." Zrast grabs Tommy's arm, but Tommy resists for a moment longer. A tear spills down his cheek, followed by another. "I'll be fine," I lie, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Go." Zrast pulls harder, and finally Tommy lets go. They disappear into the shadows just as the footsteps round the corner. Only when I'm sure they're gone do I let my shoulders slump. The tears come then, hot and silent, my body shaking with the effort of keeping my sobs quiet. My fingers find the wooden charm around my neck, clutching it like a lifeline as I cry. The heavy thud of boots against stone makes me freeze. I hastily shove the bundle of food beneath my thin blanket, my fingers trembling as I wipe the tears from my cheeks. The wooden charm feels warm against my skin as I tuck it beneath my tunic. Thruk's massive form blocks the dim light filtering through the cell bars. His tusks gleam as his lips curl into a cruel smile. "Got some news for you, human," he says, dragging out each word. His eyes scan the cell, and I force myself to stay still, praying he doesn't notice the slight bulge under my blanket. "The elders are pushing for a public execution. It'll be quite the show." My stomach drops. The world tilts sideways, and I grip the wall behind me to stay upright. "Execution?" The word comes out as a whisper. My mind races, fragments of thoughts colliding like broken glass. The children, Christmas, Fazo, 3 days. Will I even live that long? "When?" I manage to ask, proud that my voice doesn't shake. Thruk leans closer to the bars, his breath hot and rancid. "Soon enough. Maybe we'll do it on this Christmas Day you keep talking about. Wouldn't that be festive?" My fingers find the wooden charm again, clutching it through my tunic. "Number." I won't let them see that. I won't let that be their last memory of me. I just need time. Time to prove my innocence. Time to protect the children. Time to see Fazo again. But as Thruk's laughter echoes off the walls, I wonder how much time I have left.
Chapter 29. Fazo. I grip the edge of the council table, my claws leaving fresh marks in the ancient wood. The chamber's dim light does nothing to hide the contempt on Eamon's face. "A public execution will send a message," he says, leaning forward. His voice drips with venom. "We can't let your feelings cloud your judgment." My jaw tightens. The old fool thinks he knows everything. "Feelings?" The word comes out as a low growl. "I've been fair from the start, but you want to condemn her based on one testimony. Testimony from a man who clearly hates her." Silence falls over the room like a heavy blanket. Several elders shift in their seats, exchanging uneasy glances. They know I'm right, but none dare speak up. "You question Sammy's word?" Eamon's eyes narrow. He was loyal to Elder Korgath. Too loyal, perhaps. I crossed my arms, studying him. Did anyone bother to ask why he was watching V so closely? Why he knew exactly when she gave those cookies? "She argued with Elder Korgath." Amon slams his fist on the table. "Arguments don't equal murder." I lean forward, matching his intensity. If they did, half this council would be in chains. More uncomfortable shifting. Elder Crumb coughs into his hand, avoiding my gaze. He knows I'm referring to our heated debate last month about timber rights. I feel my claws dig deeper into the wood as Eamon's words hit me like a physical blow. "Then prove her innocence," he sneers, his yellow tusks catching the torchlight. "Until then, Parade her through the streets. Let the people see justice being done. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the council chamber. The sound makes my blood boil. These old fools so eager to condemn without proof. You want a spectacle? I growl, my voice low and dangerous. Or do you want justice? They're one and the same in this case, Eamon retorts, leaning back in his chair with smug satisfaction. The people need to see that no one is above our laws, not even your special human. The way he says special makes me want to reach across the table and tear his throat out. But I can't. Not if I want to save her. And what of actual evidence? I demand, my knuckles whitening as I grip the table harder. What of? The council has spoken. Another elder cuts in, his voice firm. I feel Ululu's weathered hand on my arm, his touch gentle but insistent. When I look at him, his ancient eyes are filled with regret. We have no choice, Fazo, he whispers, just loud enough for me to hear. The law demands it. The law. Always the law. But what good is law without justice? Eamon's smirk makes my blood boil. Bring the prisoner. 2 guards leave, their heavy footsteps echoing through the council chamber. Every muscle in my body tenses as I wait, my claws digging into my palms. The chains rattle before I see her. When they drag her in, my heart nearly stops. Her dress is torn and dirty, her hair matted with grime. Dark circles ring her eyes, but it's the hollow look in them that cuts deepest. Those warm brown eyes that once sparkled with life now seem distant, unfocused. Careful with her, I growl as one guard yanks her chain too roughly. The guard, Gresh, meets my gaze, his expression heavy with pity. He loosens his grip slightly. Despite her condition, V holds her head high. The wooden charm the children made her still hangs around her neck, though it's cracked now. My chest tightens at the sight. Look at her! Eamon sneers, circling her like a vulture. Not so proud now, are you, human? I want to tear his throat out, but V's quiet dignity stops me. She doesn't flinch, doesn't cower. Even in chains, she shows more strength than half the council. The parade awaits, Eamon announces, gesturing toward the door. The other council members file out, their faces a mix of satisfaction and unease. I catch V's eye as they lead her past. For just a moment I see a flicker of the warmth I remember, and it takes every ounce of control I have not to reach for her. We follow the procession outside the longhouse, people gathering to witness the fall of the chieftain's pet. I stand rigid on the platform, my claws digging into my palms. The crowd's jeers echo through the streets like a pack of wild animals. Every muscle in my body screams to move, to act, to protect. V stumbles forward, the chains too heavy for her small frame. Her dress is torn, dirty from the cell, but she holds her head high, refusing to let them break her spirit. Look at the human witch! Someone shouts. Not so proud now! My jaw clenches. These are my people acting like savages. What happened to our honor? Please, a small voice cuts through the noise. Tam stands at the edge of the crowd, reaching for V. Sarah holds him back, tears streaming down her face. V's steps falter. The chains catch on a loose stone, and she crashes to her knees. The impact draws blood, staining the snow beneath her. The crowd laughs. The sound tears at my insides like a blade. I take a step forward, my body moving on its own. This is wrong. All of it. Fazo. Ululu's grip tightens on my arm, his weathered fingers surprisingly strong. Don't. They're hurting her. I growl, the words barely audible. And showing weakness now will hurt her more, he whispers back. Stay strong. For her. I watch as V struggles to her feet, her chains rattling. Our eyes meet across the distance. Even now, there's no hatred in her gaze, only sadness. And something else. Something that makes my heart twist in my chest. I clench my fists, my claws piercing deep into my palms. The pain grounds me, keeps me from doing something rash. The crowd's jeers echo in my ears, each one a personal failure. "Look how she stumbles!" someone shouts. "Not so high and mighty now." My jaw tightens. These are my people acting like animals. Where's their honor, their dignity? "Chieftain," Ululu murmurs beside me. "Your hands are bleeding." I ignore him. The sight of V in chains, her dress torn and dirty, makes my chest constrict. She is mine to protect, mine to judge, not theirs, never theirs. "The children shouldn't see this," I growl, watching as Sarah tries to shield Tam's eyes. "Perhaps not," Ululu agrees, "but showing weakness now won't help her." Another jeer from the crowd, another stone thrown. V doesn't flinch, even as it grazes her cheek. Her strength makes my heart ache. "This is wrong," I mutter, my voice barely audible over the crowd. "She's mine. My responsibility. I should be the one to determine her fate within my own clan, not some greedy, biased council." I turn away, unable to watch anymore. The frustration burns in my chest, threatening to consume me. My claws dig deeper into my palms, blood dripping onto the snow beneath my feet. She shouldn't be going through this. Not her. Not my human. Chapter 30. Fazo. I move silently through the human settlement, my footsteps barely disturbing the snow. The scent of wood smoke and unwashed bodies mingles in the cold night air. My blood boils beneath my skin, but I keep my breathing steady, controlled. A group of men huddle around a small fire, their shadows dancing against the wooden walls. Sammy's there, gesturing with a half-empty bottle. "She thinks she's better than us," he sneers, taking another swig. "Walking around like she owns the place just because she spreads her—" "Careful," one of the others cuts in. "The orcs might hear you." Sammy scoffs. "What, like they care? They spent the better part of the afternoon parading her around and throwing stones." "Those kids would have died without her," someone mutters. "Then let them die. One less mouth to feed." Sammy throws his bottle into the fire. The glass shatters, and flames leap higher. Now she's where she belongs. In chains. My claws dig into my palms. The rage builds in my chest, threatening to break free. But I force myself to stay still, to listen. "You really saw her arguing with the elder?" another man asks. Sammy's laugh rings hollow. "Oh, I saw plenty. More than enough to convince that orc chief she's guilty. Stupid beast believed every word." The fire crackles, casting orange light across his smug face. I've seen that look before, on prey that thinks it's safe from the hunter. One of the men shifts uncomfortably. "Then who cares?" Sammy interrupts. "The orcs are bastards anyway." "But..." The words hit me like a physical blow. My vision narrows, the world taking on a red tinge. "After they toss her body, maybe I'll take her for myself." Sammy's voice carries through the night air. "She'll regret not choosing a human." The others drift away, leaving him alone by the dying fire. My muscles coil, ready to strike. The rage I've been holding back surges forward, and I step from the shadows. He doesn't hear me approach. Doesn't sense the danger until my fist connects with his jaw. The crack echoes in the quiet night, a satisfying sound of bone giving way. Sammy stumbles backward, his eyes wide with terror. Blood sprays from his mouth as he tries to scream. I grab his throat, driving him into the frozen ground. "You dare speak of her that way?" My voice comes out as a growl, barely recognizable. My fists find their mark again and again. Each impact sends waves of satisfaction through my body. His nose shatters under my knuckles. Blood coats my hands, warm against the winter air. "Please," he gurgles, but I silence him with another blow. His body twitches beneath me, his face a mess of blood and broken bone. My breath comes in heavy pants, clouds of steam rising in the cold night air. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I stare down at Sammy's broken form. Blood stains my knuckles, and the metallic scent fills my nostrils. It would be so easy to end him here, to make him take the fall for Elder Korgoth's death. One more blow. That's all it would take. But my father's words echo in my mind. A true leader seeks justice, not vengeance. I step back, letting Sammy's unconscious body slump into the snow. The cold air bites at my skin as I try to steady my breathing. My hands shake, not from the cold, but from restraining the urge to finish what I started. Justice, I mutter to myself, not lies. The night is silent as I turn away, but something catches my eye, a flicker of movement near Elder Korgoth's home. My hand instinctively moves to the blade at my hip as I approach, my footsteps silent despite my size. The moonlight casts long shadows across the snow, and I press myself against the wall of the Elder's home. My heart pounds, but years of training keep my movements controlled, precise. A shadow moves again, darting between the windows. I draw my blade slowly, the steel making no sound as it leaves its sheath. I slip through the doorway, my eyes adjusting to the darkness inside Elder Korgoth's home. The floorboards don't creak beneath my weight. Years of hunting have taught me how to move silently, even with my size. A rustling sound draws my attention to the far corner. Someone's there, crouched in the shadows, rifling through what appears to be a hidden compartment in the wall. The figure's back is turned, focused entirely on their task. Perfect. I cross the room in 3 quick strides, my hand shooting out to grab the intruder's cloak. With one fluid motion, I yank them backward, pulling down their hood. My breath catches in my throat. Amon? The Elder's face contorts with rage, his yellowed tusks gleaming in the dim light. He throws a wild punch that catches my shoulder. Not much force behind it, but enough to make me loosen my grip. You! I start, but he's already bolting for the door, surprisingly spry for his age. I could catch him. Should catch him. But my eyes are drawn to the papers scattered across the floor, letters spilling from the hidden compartment. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminates familiar handwriting, Elder Korgoth's careful script. My hands shake slightly as I gather the letters, my mind racing. What was Eamon looking for? And more importantly, what was Elder Korgoth hiding? The papers rustle in my grip as I straighten them, my jaw clenching as I catch glimpses of words, agreement and humans and control. I grip the papers tighter, my claws threatening to tear through the parchment. Each word burns into my mind like hot iron, detailed plans between Eamon, Elder Korgoth, and the rebel camps. Agreements to enslave the human settlement, to use them as more than just laborers, as property. All humans are property, Amon's neat script declares. They should know their place. My jaw clenches, tusks grinding. Another page reveals correspondence with Aeolus's clan, promising them a share of the human resources once the plan was complete. The chieftain is too soft, reads one of Korgoth's responses. His father would have understood the necessity. The paper crumples in my fist. My father fought for peace, not slavery. He died protecting both orcs and humans alike. A list of names catches my eye, council members who supported their scheme. And at the bottom, a final note in Amon's hand. Korgoth grows uncertain, claims his conscience troubles him. He must be dealt with before he ruins everything. The pieces click into place. Amon didn't just kill Korgoth. He framed V to discredit me, to prove humans couldn't be trusted. Enough, I growl, shoving the papers into my belt. The floorboards creak under my feet as I stride toward the door, my blood roaring in my ears. This ends now. No more secrets, no more plots, no more innocent people suffering for others' greed. I throw open the door, the cold air hitting my face like a slap. My muscles coil, ready for action. Omen won't escape justice this time.
Chapter 31. V. The metal hinges creak, and my head snaps up at the sound. Fazo strides into my cell, his massive frame filling the doorway. 2 guards trail behind him, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. My breath catches. Fazo looks different than when I last saw him. His leather armour is dusty and travel-worn, his black hair wind-swept and tangled. Despite his imposing height, his amber eyes hold a gentleness I've missed desperately. The golden flecks in them catch what little light filters through the cell window. A fresh cut marks his cheek, still raw and red against his green skin. His face is a complex mixture of relief and regret, his slightly smaller tusks giving him a less intimidating appearance than most orcs. The scar across his chest peeks through a tear in his tunic, evidence of whatever battle he's just fought. "I'm sorry it took this long," he says, his deep voice resonating through the small space. There's that familiar growl underneath his words, the one that used to frighten me, but now brings comfort. The walls I've built over these past days crumble. Tears spill freely down my cheeks as relief floods through me. My legs give out, and I sink to my knees on the cold stone floor. "It's okay. Everything's fine now." Fazo's deep voice fills the cell as he explains everything. My hands tremble as I listen, each revelation hitting me like a physical blow. Aemon betrayed us all. The letters prove he was working with the rebels, planning to enslave the humans. His amber eyes flash with anger. He must have poisoned Elder Korgath to keep him quiet about the plot. Wait, really? Korgath was going to do more than starve the humans? But enslave them? And Aemon was in on it? You were convenient. A human who gave cookies to the Elder that same day. He runs a hand through his black hair, frustration evident in the gesture. Aemon knew the traditionalists would be quick to condemn you. The weight of it all crashes over me. Days of fear and uncertainty dissolve into overwhelming relief. Tears stream down my cheeks as Fazo continues. The children never lost faith in you. They'll finally see justice done. My sobs grow louder at the mention of the children. I wrap my arms around myself, thinking of their visits, their unwavering belief in my innocence. "It's over," he says softly, his voice gentler than I've ever heard it. The cell door creaks open. Fazo steps inside, and my legs carry me forward before I can think. I stumble into his arms, my whole body trembling. His warmth envelops me, solid and real after so many cold nights alone. Fazo lifts me as if I weigh nothing, his massive arms cradling me against his chest. My prison-weakened body feels small compared to his towering frame. His lips find mine, and the kiss steals my breath away, gentle yet filled with a desperate need that matches my own. The familiar scent of leather and pine surrounds me, grounding me after days of damp stone walls and mouldy bread. His tusks brush my cheek, surprisingly soft. The golden flecks in his amber eyes catch the dim light as he pulls back just enough to look at me. "Let me go," I protest weakly, my hands pressed against his broad chest. The words lack conviction even to my own ears. After days alone in the dark, his warmth feels like coming home. "Never," he growls, his deep voice resonating through me as his arms tighten protectively. His leather armour creaks with the movement, and I can feel his heart pounding beneath my palms. The word settles into my bones, chasing away the last of the cold fear that has been my constant companion. Never. Such a simple promise, yet coming from him, from my fierce, honourable Orc Chieftain, it means everything. The guards snap to attention as we emerge from the cell, their fists thumping against their leather armour in salute. The sound echoes through the stone corridor, and I can't help but flinch slightly, my nerves still raw from days of captivity. Fazo's arms tighten around me protectively. "Round up every traitor," Fazo's voice thunders through the dungeon. The deep resonance of it vibrates through his chest where my head rests. "Leave no stone unturned." "Yes, Chieftain." The guard's response is immediate and unified. I watch through half-lidded eyes as they scatter, their boots pounding against the stone floor. The torchlight catches their retreating forms, casting long shadows that dance along the walls. Fazo adjusts his grip on me, one massive hand cradling my head against his chest. The familiar scent of leather and pine envelops me, and for the first time in days, the constant knot of fear in my stomach begins to unravel. "I can walk," I murmur, though I make no move to leave his arms. "Let me do this," he rumbles softly, his thumb brushing against my shoulder. The gentleness in his touch contrasts sharply with the commanding presence he just displayed. My fingers curl into the fabric of his tunic as he carries me up the dungeon steps. The winter air hits my face, crisp and clean after days of damp stone walls. I breathe deeply, savouring the feeling of safety that comes with being in his arms. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel truly protected.
Chapter 32. Fazo. The room feels too small, too confined for what I'm feeling. My fingers tremble as I kneel before V, carefully peeling away the remnants of her tattered clothing. Each new revealed bruise sends fresh waves of guilt crashing through me. "I should have trusted you from the start," I say, my voice rough with emotion. The candlelight flickers across her skin, highlighting the dark marks on her wrists where the chains bit into her flesh. "You did what you had to do," V whispers, but I shake my head. "No. I put duty before." The words stick in my throat. Before what? Before love? Before this fragile, precious thing between us that I can barely name? My jaw tightens as I examine a particularly nasty bruise along her ribs. The metallic scent of dried blood mingles with the herbs and soap I'd gathered for cleaning her wounds. "They hurt you." My tusks flex with suppressed rage. "I let them hurt you." V's small hand reaches out, touching my cheek. "You got me out. That's what matters." I lean into her touch, allowing myself this moment of vulnerability. The guilt threatens to overwhelm me as I catalog each mark, each scrape, each sign of her suffering. My fingers ghost over a cut on her shoulder, and she winces slightly. "I won't let anyone hurt you again, I promise," the words coming out as a low growl. "Not ever." I dip the cloth into the warm water, my large hands moving with deliberate care. The water ripples as I wring out the excess, watching droplets fall back into the wooden bowl. The herbs I'd mixed in earlier fill the air with their healing scent. V sits quietly before me, her small frame illuminated by candlelight. I press the cloth to a nasty cut on her arm and she flinches. The reaction, tiny as it is, makes my chest tighten. "I'm sorry," I murmur, keeping my voice low despite the rage still burning in my gut. Sorry for this pain, for every moment she spent in that cell, for doubting her even for a second. "You have nothing to be sorry for," she says, her voice carrying that quiet strength I've come to admire. Her fingers brush against my wrist, impossibly delicate against my rough skin. My jaw clenches as I rinse the cloth, the water turning pink with her blood. Such a small amount, yet each drop feels like an accusation. "Truth shouldn't have cost you this much." I work methodically, my hands moving with practiced care despite the storm of emotions churning inside me. The cloth drips warm water as I clean each wound, each mark a testament to my failure to protect her. My fingertips brush over an old scar on her shoulder, one I haven't noticed before, then trace down to a fresh bruise blooming purple along her ribs. The contrast makes my blood boil. "Every one of these," I growl, my voice dropping low as fury and guilt war within me. I should have been there to stop it. V's small hand covers mine, her touch impossibly gentle against my callous skin. The warmth of her palm seeps into me, anchoring me to this moment. "Fazo," Her voice pulls me from my dark thoughts, and I meet her gaze. Those warm brown eyes hold no accusation, no blame, only that quiet strength that first drew me to her. I'm stronger now. This doesn't break me. She leans forward, and I feel her lips press softly against my forehead. The tender gesture makes my chest tighten. "Don't carry my pain as your own," she whispers against my skin. "It's over now." I brush my thumb across the scar on her wrist, the pale line a stark reminder of her time in that cursed cell. My chest tightens with a mixture of guilt and fierce protectiveness. Without thinking, I lean down, pressing my lips to the mark. "Fazo." Her voice is soft, barely a whisper. I can't stop myself. My lips trail up her arm, each kiss a silent apology for every moment of pain she endured. The scent of herbs mingles with her natural warmth, and I breathe her in deeply. "Let me heal you," I murmur against her skin. "Let me make it right." She shifts closer, and I feel her small hands cup my face, forcing me to meet her gaze. Those brown eyes hold mine, full of a strength that still amazes me. "I'm here," she whispers, her thumb stroking my cheeks. "We're both here. That's what matters." Before I can protest, she leans in and kisses me. Her lips are soft against mine, insistent in a way that makes my heart race. I melt into her touch, my large hands sliding carefully up her sides, mindful of every bruise and mark. "V." I breathe her name like a prayer against her lips. My fingers tremble slightly as they ghost over her ribs, avoiding the dark bruises I know lie beneath her thin shirt. I feel her breath against my lips, warm and inviting. Her hands guide mine to her waist, and my fingers spread across the soft fabric of her tunic. Even through the cloth I can feel the heat of her skin, the delicate curve of her body beneath my calloused palms. "Let me take care of you," I murmur, my voice rougher than intended. The words feel inadequate for what I want to express, but she understands. She always does. Her arms wrap around my neck as I lift her. She weighs nothing to me, fragile as a bird in my massive hands. The contrast between us still amazes me. Her small frame against my bulk, her softness against my hardness. The bed creaks as I lay her down, careful to support her head. My movements are measured, deliberate. I've broken too many things with these hands, but not her. Never her. "Fazo," she whispers, her fingers trailing along my jaw. I explore her body with reverent touches, memorizing every mark, every scar. There's a small white line on her collarbone, old from before I knew her. My thumb traces it gently and she shivers. "Tell me about this one," I say, my voice low. "Climbing trees as a child," she replies, a smile in her voice. "I was always getting into trouble." My hand moves to another scar, newer, on her shoulder. This one I know, from when she defended the children from wolves. My chest tightens at the memory. Every mark tells a story, and I want to know them all. Want to replace each painful memory with something better, something gentler. I move to another scar, newer, along her ribcage. And here, protecting Tam from falling rocks last summer. Her fingers thread through my hair, sending shivers down my spine. Before I can continue my exploration, she pulls me down, her lips finding mine with unexpected urgency. The kiss is deep, demanding in a way that makes my heart race. "You don't have to be careful with me," she breathes against my mouth, her small hands trailing down my chest. I pull back slightly, searching her face. The candlelight reflects in her eyes, turning them to liquid amber. "You mean too much to me. I can't... She cuts me off with another kiss, her arms wrapping around my neck, pulling me closer. "Then show me," she whispers, and the last threads of my control begin to unravel. "I will," I vow, "every night to come, but tonight, just rest, my little human." She pouts, thought I see the admiration in her gaze. I'm not little. I chuckle and pull her into my chest. If you say so.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 33. V. The morning sun streams through the windows, warming my skin despite the winter chill. My breath catches as I step outside, taking in the sight before me. The settlement buzzes with life, a stark contrast to the darkness of my recent imprisonment. Orcs and humans work side by side, their previous animosity forgotten in the spirit of preparation. An orc woman hangs wreaths, while 2 human children pass her more decorations. The tables we'd set up before everything went wrong are being restored, now adorned with fresh pine branches and ribbons. My heart swells. They didn't give up on Christmas, even when I couldn't be here to guide them. Look! Look! Zrast's excited voice cuts through my thoughts. He runs toward me, nearly tripping over the strand of tinsel draped across his shoulders like a glittering scarf. His face beams with pride, his eyes bright with excitement. See? I told you we'd fix it. I kneel down, my knees crunching in the snow, and ruffle his hair. The texture is coarse under my fingers, so different from human hair, yet the gesture feels natural now. You did amazing, Zrast. Thank you. My voice catches slightly, overwhelmed by the pure joy radiating from him. Uncle Fazo helped too, he says, bouncing on his toes. He made everyone work together, said Christmas was important because you believed in it. My chest tightens at his words. Of course Fazo would understand. Of course he'd protect this, protect what matters to me. But mostly it was me, Zrast adds. I lean down and press a kiss to his cheek. Thank you, Zrast. I watch Zrast scamper away, his chest puffed out with pride, nearly tripping over the tinsel trailing behind him. My heart swells with affection as he joins the other children, already directing them on where to hang more decorations. A shadow falls over me, and I turn to find several orc women approaching. Their faces are warm, welcoming, so different from the suspicious glares I'd grown used to before. Mara, the eldest among them, steps forward. The scar across her cheek catches the morning light as she gives me a gruff smile. You're one of us now, she declares, her voice rough but kind. Let's make this celebration worthwhile. My chest tightens with emotion. After everything that's happened, after all the darkness and doubt, this acceptance feels like stepping into sunlight. I roll up my sleeves, already planning the tasks ahead. Let's do it, I say, grinning back at her. I've got some ideas for traditional Christmas treats that I think even orcs will love. Mara's eyes light up with interest. Show us. We've got plenty of hands ready to help. The other orc women nod eagerly, and I feel a surge of joy. This is what Christmas is about, bringing people together, breaking down walls, creating something beautiful from nothing. The sun climbs higher as I work alongside the others, my hands busy with delicate glass ornaments. The scent of pine needles mingles with baking spices wafting from the communal kitchen. My muscles ache pleasantly from the constant movement, but I can't stop smiling. A little higher, I call out to Mara, who's balancing precariously on a wooden stool. She adjusts the string of lights, securing them with practiced movements, Like this? She asks, her gruff voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Perfect. I hand her another strand, our fingers brushing. The casual contact no longer feels strange or frightening. Someone clears their throat behind me, and I turn to find Gresh standing there. His massive frame shifts uncomfortably, his eyes fixed on the ground. The same guard who threw mouldy bread at my feet now looks almost sheepish. Miss V, he says, clearing his throat. I need to say something. I set down the ornament I'm holding, giving him my full attention. Yes? He shuffles his feet, the gesture oddly endearing for such a large creature. I was harsh to you before, he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't think you'd make it, but... He pauses, struggling with the words. You proved me wrong. I study his face, noting the genuine regret in his eyes. The memory of those dark days in the cell flashes through my mind, but the pain feels distant now, dulled by the joy of the season. It's Christmas, I say softly, offering him a small smile. Forgiveness is part of the season. The tension drains from his shoulders, and he exhales heavily. With a quick nod, he turns and strides back to his post, but there's a lightness to his step that wasn't there before. The children swarm around me like excited butterflies, their hands clutching small trinkets they've crafted. Little Tam waves a pine cone decorated with bits of coloured string, while Marnie proudly displays her attempt at a paper snowflake. Look what I made, Miss V! Tommy thrusts forward a crude wooden star, its edges rough but lovingly carved. Zrast showed me how. It's beautiful, I say, carefully taking the star. My chest swells with pride at their enthusiasm. We'll hang it right at the front. I'm balancing on a wooden stool, trying to secure a wreath made of pine branches and red berries, when strong arms wrap around my waist. I jump, nearly losing my balance, but the scent of leather and pine tells me who it is before he speaks. You're beautiful. Fazo's deep voice rumbles against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I turn in his arms, my hands coming to rest on his broad chest. The morning light catches the golden flecks in his amber eyes, making them shine. So is Christmas, I reply, unable to keep the smile from my face. His large hand cups my cheek, thumb brushing over my freckles. Without hesitation, he leans down and captures my lips with his. I melt into the kiss, my arms sliding around his neck, pulling him closer. The height difference makes me stretch up on my toes, but I don't mind. Cheers erupt around us, accompanied by the children's giggles and wolf whistles from the orc warriors. I feel Fazo smile against my lips, completely unbothered by our audience.
Chapter 34. Fazo. I watch from across the settlement as the celebration unfolds, my chest swelling with an unfamiliar warmth. The bonfire throws dancing shadows across faces both orc and human, united in ways I never thought possible. V sits cross-legged by the fire, her face glowing with joy as the children crowd around her. Her fingers trace the delicate charm bracelet they've presented her, each handmade trinket catching the firelight. It's beautiful. Thank you, she says, her voice carrying even over the music and laughter. The children beam with pride, and I can't help but smile. Tommy, the oldest, explains each charm with careful detail, while little Tam climbs into her lap, his small hands reaching for the shiny objects. This one's for healing, Maury says, pointing to what appears to be a crude herb bundle woven from twine and dried flowers. And this is for strength, like the orcs have. Her small fingers trace the roughly carved wooden charm with careful reverence. Like Fazo has, Tommy adds, throwing a glance in my direction, his eyes bright with admiration that still feels foreign to me after all these years of being feared. My heart stutters at the casual mention of my name, and how naturally they've accepted me as part of their strange, wonderful family. These human children who once cowered at my approach now speak of me with such easy familiarity that it makes my chest tight with an unfamiliar warmth. "Do you really like it?" Pip asks, his voice trembling with that peculiar mix of hope and uncertainty that only children seem to master. V's response is a gentle kiss on his cheek and a whisper that I can't hear from where I stand, though the tenderness in her gesture speaks volumes. Getting up, I move through the crowd, my heart thundering against my ribs. The small box in my pocket feels heavier with each step. The firelight catches on V's dress, making the intricate orcish patterns shimmer. Our clan's seamstress outdid herself. The deep green fabric hugs V's curves before flowing out like water, the golden thread work catching every flicker of light. The traditional symbols of strength and protection wind around her shoulders, down her arms. My breath catches. She's never looked more beautiful, more at home among my people than she does right now. The children cluster around her like stars around the moon, their faces bright with joy. I kneel before her, ignoring the sudden hush that falls over the gathering. The box feels warm in my palm as I open it, revealing the ring I spent weeks crafting. The moonstone, rare in these parts, gleams with an inner fire, set in a band of twisted silver and gold. "I know you love human traditions," I say, my voice steady despite the way my heart races. The words I've practiced countless times flow naturally now. "So I wanted to do this the human way." Tears well up in her eyes, catching the firelight. One spills over, tracking down her cheek. "Will you be my mate?" Her small hands tremble as she reaches for the ring, and my heart threatens to burst from my chest. The moonstone catches the firelight, casting rainbow patterns across her tear-streaked face. "Yes," she whispers. Then louder, her voice breaking with joy. "Yes." My fingers shake slightly as I slide the ring onto her delicate hand. It fits perfectly, just as I'd hoped after spending hours measuring her finger while she slept. The metal gleams against her skin, marking her as mine, as part of our clan, our family. I pull her close, my lips finding hers. She tastes of sweetness and salt from her tears, her arms wrapping around my neck as she presses against me. The world fades away, even as cheers erupt around us. Tam's high-pitched squeal of delight cuts through the noise. "Does this mean you're our papa now?" I break the kiss but keep V close, my thumb brushing away a fresh tear from her cheek. The firelight dances in her eyes, and I've never seen anything more beautiful. "If you'll have me," I say, loud enough for all the children to hear. Tommy steps forward, his chin raised proudly. "We already do." The firelight flickers across Zrast's face as he steps forward, his small frame casting a long shadow on the packed snow. His eyes dart between V and me, uncertainty written in every line of his young face. My brows tug together as he drops to his knees, bowing his head in a gesture that reminds me so much of his father, my brother, that my chest tightens. "Uncle Fazo," he says, his voice wavering slightly, his small hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. I know my parents are with the gods now." The words hit me like a physical blow, sharp and true as any blade. Memories of that day flood back, the weight of responsibility settling onto my shoulders, the gnawing fear of failing him, the way his tiny hand had gripped mine at the funeral pyre. "But if I could choose," Zrast continues, his voice growing stronger with each word, straightening his spine the way I taught him, "I'd want parents like you and V. You're both so generous and loving. The way you take care of everyone. The way you protect us all." I swallow hard, fighting to maintain my composure as pride and love wage war in my chest. All these years of wondering if I was enough, if I was failing him by being an uncle instead of a father, if the shadow of his parents' absence would forever darken his path. Could I? Zrast looks up, his eyes shining with unshed tears, reflecting the dancing firelight like amber gems. Could I be your child too? Could V be my mother? Because that's how I already see her. In my heart, that's who she is to me. V makes a small sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. She drops to her knees in the snow beside him, pulling him into her arms. "Oh, Zrast," she whispers, tears streaming down her face. "I would be honored, so honored." I watch them, my throat tight with emotion I can't express. My family, unexpected, unconventional, and absolutely perfect.
Chapter 35. V. The house settles into a peaceful quiet after the festivities, only the soft crackle of the hearth breaking the silence. I close the children's bedroom door with a gentle click, my heart full from watching their peaceful sleeping faces. The celebrations had worn them out completely. Even Zrast is curled up with the others, one arm protectively draped over little Tam. When I turn, I find Fazo watching me from across the room, his amber eyes dark with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The firelight plays across his features, catching on his tusks and casting shadows that somehow make him look both dangerous and utterly beloved. I step toward him, unable to keep the smile from my lips. The ring on my finger catches the light, sending little sparkles dancing across the walls. "You know, you're the best gift I've ever gotten." His deep chuckle rumbles through the room as he pushes off from the wall he's been leaning against. "And you've been a very good girl," he growls, his voice dropping to that tone that never fails to make my skin tingle. My heart skips as he moves closer, his massive frame making the room feel suddenly smaller. The heat from his body reaches me before he does, and I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. His tusks catch the faint light again as his lips curl into a predatory smile that makes my knees weak. "Not tonight," I whisper, my voice laced with a playful mischief that makes his amber eyes darken with anticipation. I crawl over him, straddling his waist, my hands already tugging at the laces of his leather armour. "Tonight, I'm going to be bad." His breath hitches as I undress him slowly, my fingers tracing the contours of his scarred chest, the heat of his skin searing into mine. I can feel the rumble of a growl building in his throat, a sound that sends a thrill coursing through me. "Don't move," I command, my palms pressing firmly against his broad shoulders, pinning him to the soft furs that cover the floor. His hands, capable of wielding the heaviest of axes with deadly precision, clutch the sheets beside him, his muscles tensing under my touch. I kiss my way down his body, my lips worshipping the strength and power that he carries so effortlessly. His scent, a mix of the smoky air from the hearth and the clean, earthy aroma that clings to his skin, fills my senses, intoxicating me.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 36. V. I smooth down the white fabric of my gown, my fingers tracing the intricate embroidery that the Orc women spent weeks perfecting. Each stitch tells a story, delicate flowers intertwined with fierce battle symbols, a perfect blend of both our cultures. "Stop fidgeting," Sarah whispers, adjusting my veil. "You look beautiful." I catch my reflection in the polished shield serving as a mirror. The dress hugs my curves before flowing out in gentle waves, the neckline modest but flattering. The orc women insisted on adding their traditional red threading around the hem. For passion and strength, they said. I still can't believe this is happening, I murmur, touching the ring on my finger. 2 weeks feels like both an eternity and a heartbeat. The gathering hall takes my breath away. Evergreen branches arch overhead, dotted with twinkling lights. Traditional orc war banners hang alongside delicate paper chains the children made. The smell of winter flowers mingles with burning sage. Ready? Tommy asks, offering his arm. He insisted on giving me away, saying he's the man of our little family. The music starts, a haunting blend of orc drums and human flutes. My heart pounds as I take Tommy's arm. Then I see Fazo. He stands at the altar, wearing formal attire, his clan's ancient symbols painted across his broad chest in ceremonial red ochre. The intricate patterns tell the story of the clan's legacy, a heritage he carries with such dignity. But it's his eyes that capture me completely, fierce and tender all at once, burning amber with golden flecks that never leave mine as I walk toward him on trembling legs. His smile, rare and precious as winter sunlight, makes my knees weak. The 2 weeks since his proposal flash through my mind, the careful planning, the beautiful blending of traditions, the way he insisted on learning human wedding customs while teaching me orc ones. I remember his patience as he showed me how to weave the ceremonial braids, and how he practiced writing his vows in human script late into the night, refusing to give up until each letter was perfect. You're trembling, he murmurs as I reach him, his large hand engulfing mine. Happy trembles, I whisper back, squeezing his fingers. My heart swells as I look at my children, my beautiful, precious children. Tommy stands tall and proud, his eyes glistening as he takes his place beside Sarah. Pip holds little Tam's hand, the little one bouncing on his toes with barely contained excitement. Sarah and Mary clutch each other, their faces beaming, and Zrast, my newest son, watches with a mix of orc stoicism and childish joy that makes me want to wrap him in my arms. The rings, the elder calls, and little Tam toddles forward, holding the cushion with our matching bands, simple iron circles etched with both orc runes and human symbols. I catch sight of my human friends mingling with the orcs, their initial tension melting into something warmer. The orc women who taught me their traditions stand proudly, their ceremonial paint gleaming. Even the elders who once doubted us watch with grudging approval. Join hands, the elder instructs, and Fazo's massive palm engulfs mine. The traditional red binding cloth wraps around our wrists, connecting us physically as our hearts already are. I vow, Fazo's deep voice resonates through the hall, to protect you and our children with every breath, to honour both our ways, to cherish your gentle heart, and to never let the darkness touch you again. His thumb brushes over my knuckles. You are my light, my strength, my mate. Tears blur my vision as I respond. I vow to stand beside you in peace and war, to heal your wounds and share your burdens, to teach our children the best of both worlds, and to love you more fiercely with each passing day. I squeeze his hand. You are my shelter, my courage, my heart. The elder places his hands over ours. 2 paths now joined as one, 2 peoples united in love. May the ancestors bless this union. Fazo's lips press against mine, gentle despite his fierce appearance, and the hall erupts in cheers and whistles. He holds my waist, tugging me even closer, deepening the kiss despite the audience. My heart pounds against my ribs as his warmth envelops me, the contrast of his rough tusks against his tender touch making me dizzy with joy. I never imagined finding such tenderness in someone others feared, yet here in his arms, surrounded by the jubilant sounds of both humans and orcs celebrating together, I know I've found my true home. The children's voices rise above the rest, little Tam's excited squeals, Marie and Sarah's delighted giggles, Tommy's attempt at a dignified clap that dissolves into whooping. When we part, I catch sight of Zrast wiping his eyes quickly, trying to maintain his warrior composure. My heart swells. "Come here," I say, opening my arms. The children rush forward, enveloping us in a group hug. Even Fazo's deep chuckle joins their laughter. "Does this mean Zrast is our brother now?" Pip asks, his eyes wide with hope. "It means we're all family," Fazo answers, his large hand resting gently on Pip's shoulder. "All of us." I watch as Tommy straightens his spine, pride evident in his stance. "I'll help protect them too," he declares solemnly, like a real warrior. "And I'll learn healing from Mother," Mari adds, squeezing my hand. The word mother makes my eyes well up again. Fazo's arm wraps around my waist, steady and strong. "They'll be greater than both of us," he murmurs in my ear. "They already are," I whisper back, watching as Sarah teaches Zrast a traditional wedding dance, while little Tam clings to his leg, giggling. The celebration swirls around us, but in this moment, my world is complete. My fierce, gentle orc husband, our beautiful blend of children, and the promise of tomorrow stretching before us like an endless horizon.
Chapter 37. Fazo. My hands grip her waist, my fingers splaying across the softness of her skin. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I collapse onto the bed beside V, my chest heaving as I pull her close. Her skin is slick with sweat, her scent intoxicating as she nestles against me. My fingers trace lazy patterns along her spine, savoring the softness of her skin. "Now will you listen?" Her voice holds that teasing lilt I've come to love. But there's something else there, something deeper that makes my warrior instincts prickle. I grunt in agreement, but my eyes are drawn to her breasts, full and perfect. They rise and fall with each breath, and I can't resist leaning down to take one rosy nipple into my mouth. The taste of her skin, salty with sweat, makes me growl with renewed desire. She moans, her body arching into my touch. This isn't listening. I graze my teeth against her sensitive flesh, relishing how she twitches and gasps. My tusks brush against her skin and she shivers. I killed the elder. I pull back slowly, my amber eyes locking onto hers. My body goes rigid as I process her words. "No," I growl, shaking my head. "I saw Eamon in Korgath's house. The letters prove they were working with rebels," V interrupts softly, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. "But I killed him, Fazo. You couldn't have—" "Sarah overheard him," she continues, her voice steady despite the gravity of her confession. "He was convincing another elder to cut the human settlement's rations even further." I push myself up on my elbow, staring down at her. The moonlight filtering through our window catches the determination in her eyes. "The cookies," I breathe, the pieces falling into place. She nods. "I would never harm an innocent being, Fazo. You know that." Her hand cups my cheek, and I lean into her touch despite my shock. But Korgath? He was going to hurt everyone. The humans, the children. I couldn't let him do that. I stare at V, processing her confession. My mate. My fierce, protective, incredible mate. A low rumble of approval builds in my chest, and I let it out as a deep growl that makes her shiver against me. In one fluid motion, I grab her waist and toss her onto my chest. Her surprised squeal turns into giggles as she lands, her hands splaying across my scarred skin. "What?" she asks, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Not going to lecture me about proper protocol?" I trace my thumb along her bottom lip, marveling at how someone so small could be so fearless. "You're perfect." I let out another rumbling laugh, my chest vibrating against her smaller frame. "Perfect because you're fierce, protective, and utterly mine." My hands slide up her sides, memorizing every curve. "And yes, little one, you are quite small." "Perfect? Not a criminal?" she teases, her fingers tracing the scar across my chest. "Oh, you're a criminal, all right," I shoot back, nipping at her ear. "My little criminal." V huffs, her bottom lip jutting out in that adorable pout that makes my heart stutter. "I'm not little," she insists, sitting up straighter on my chest as if to prove her point. The sight of her attempting to look imposing while naked and perched on top of me sends me into a roaring laugh that echoes off the walls. My hands encompass her waist entirely, fingers overlapping, proving my point without words. "You're perfect because you're mine," I growl, pulling her down for another kiss. "And I can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you, my fierce little mate." She tries to maintain her pout, but I can feel her smile against my lips. By all the gods, I love this woman.